The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, looks like we're all up and running. The laptop has started to play up more and more. I'm getting pink blobs on the screen, on the laptop screen only. And that normally means the GPU is starting to die. Not too bad at this stage. I had to slow it down from turbo mode on the MSI to sports mode to see if that helps, but everything's a wee bit more sluggish again. But it's not too bad. We'll have to see. We'll see how it goes. So let's just put up what we're going to do today. I ain't much time to prepare. I got the operation happening tomorrow with my eye. And on meds that's sort of messing up the system a wee bit, but also improving things. My eyesight's improved while I'm on the pills, which turns off the immune system. And my back pain and joint pain has eased off again. Well, the new back pain and new joint pain, which is in a different place to the back pain I had before the aliens showed up. So yeah, still don't know if they caused the problem. We'll try to come back and fix it or whatever, you know. But anyway, I still yet to work on the episode. I'm not too sure if I'll be around tomorrow or Tuesday, but I probably will be. Got to start putting eye drops in after the operation every 2 hours. So we'll see how it goes. Wish me well. Could go wrong. Yeah, so we need to post that up. Okay, just copy that. I have got a wee bit to go over today, but not many tabs, so we'll just play it by ear. I hoped to do a lot more yesterday, but I got so many interruptions happening. It was madness, and it's a bit hard to focus and do things with pop-up messages from chat and stuff happening. And then losing your track. Sort of work channel for very little reward, as you know. Imagine if I was really popular, I'd be really tacked. Okay, I think that's all the links posted up. I saw you there, Jasper. Thanks for showing up first. You beat Michael. I don't need that open now, I don't think. So we're live running on 4 domains at the moment: YouTube, Peeled, Rumble, what was the other one? And Twitch, yeah. I haven't got that in the list here. We don't get much action on there anyway. I don't think we've had any followers there for a while. YouTube took away subs, 3 of them, after I just made the next level. This happens all the time. Suddenly subs disappear. I think there's a lot of other UFO conspiracy channels that suffer the same thing. And as you go higher up though, instead of losing 3, they might lose 20 or 30. They say it's because they take away the new subs, and they've got to check them out before they bring them back. And sometimes they don't come back. So I reckon they just drop off people when they want to suppress a channel. They make it really hard to grow. And if they unsub those people don't often resub again because they don't realise that they were knocked off and they weren't notified. And yeah, I don't know, it's just really strange. One day Google might be taken into account. I think they're in trouble at the moment with some new law going through where the company has lost a court case and they may be broken up. So it'll be an interesting time as Trump gets in, because Trump is pro-free speech and all the other people in the government are anti-free speech. They want to be able to control it. Then they want to control the negative stuff or the actual factual stuff on the liberal side of things, and call everybody else alt-right on the other side of things, and censor all their stuff, comments and all that. What's it called? Anti-competition. They did like a $40 billion deal with Apple to include their browser and other things on the smartphone, which is anti-competition. I can't remember what the word is for it. Something rather. Well, they call it anti. So who we got out here? I got Michael King. I know, may have beat you actually. Yeah, he popped in and popped out again, by the looks of it. I know, who was the first? Who was the first today? Now, if it was a really rich channel, the first person to comment could win a prize every day. Maybe in the future, if I'm still alive or whatever. Jasper, the leader on YouTube. Michael will be back in a minute. He's probably playing games, is he? Busy at the moment normally means gaming, but he's been into music yesterday, and he got me talking on music, and I was giving him lots of hints and clues how to get things. Yeah, so it's all good. What are we doing today? Ben Hansen. UFO Witness Season 2 actually did occur in 2022. I think at the end of 2022, so I missed it. But I've caught up with it all now, and I'll give my opinion on it. And I've only managed to put together 1 episode breakdown, but I might do more in the future live shows. I would have done more last night, but time I got to 2 AM I was burnt out. Been here all day. Yeah, okay. And of course we've got the website link there where you can use tips, which is a wee bit confusing, I know, but can set up payments via PayPal and a credit card. Although the credit card doesn't transfer straight to the account, but the PayPal does, I think. But you can do the credit card or PayPal if you've got PayPal anyway. And it's not 30% or 40% YouTube takeaway there, just normal PayPal costs. But I have got a business PayPal account, so I do get hit with fees. I lose about $1. I changed it from a personal to business when I was doing my website back in year dot. And Americans just love taking fees for doing nothing much. There really should be a gradual percentage how big the donations are and whatnot. So yeah, let's just see. Is everything going here? Looks like it's going alright. A few likes already. Now this just refresh it just in case. So I better check out a few things here just to make sure. Currently got one on YouTube. It says on the admin panel. Yeah, it said we had 2 before, so but that seems to fluctuate quite a lot with if someone is not moving their keyboard around on YouTube or whatever, it discounts them again, I believe. But Twitch is up there and running, I think. I'll just check. Does it say live here somewhere? Oh yeah. We're live. Don't know if we got any there. Zero watching. No, we did get up to 42 followers there. Never made the 50. It's still 8 away. We'll see how we go. Rumble. There we go, no Rumble there. Reckons we only got 1 watching, which is probably me. Yeah, I'm not sure. Since they've modified things, the subs do go up offline. I'll just reload that page just to be sure. It says 1 on mine panel too. So it must be correct. And I'll see get some more drop by. Yeah, so I might be ready to go. I feel like I've forgotten something. What have I forgotten, guys? Seems to be running too good. Even though I slowed down the GPU on the laptop. Not sure if it slows it down with the NVIDIA though. It's a bit hard to know with MSI. So yeah, I got a few tabs here, but not much, and I got the folders for the snapshots and clips that I made. Cool. Anybody out there on Pilled, say hi. It'd be great to see you on the side chat. Anyway. Kick it off. So we can come back and skim on that if we need to. So yeah, Corbell's been interviewing a new leaker, another pilot, I guess, and they've been putting up claims that there's some capture of a really good UFO done by a pilot on this interview, and the guy's holding up a picture, and I looked at it and thought it doesn't look like a photograph to me. But yeah, I've since found out the original source of it, and should have been here somewhere. So yeah, I got attacked on Reddit over it, saying I don't know what I'm talking about. But you can see here kind of the lighting looks like you'd get in a rendered image rather than a real image. You can sort of tell, can't you? It's got this double pane of glass reflection here, but the object doesn't have the same echo pattern around it. And looks like they tried to do a lens flare on the back of it. And I've sort of seen this sort of shape before on some experimental X-planes, right? Was it the X... is it the XB7 or something? You know, they put a little shuttle and it goes into space. And that was one of them. But this other design was another X-plane thing, which they're calling the Aurora. But I know that wasn't a real image. It just doesn't look like a real image when you start looking at it. The shot of the lighting definitely is very basic there. So yeah, where is it? So that's weaponized again. And I bet that the UFO ad balloon that broke away in South America 20 years ago, so there is a high fidelity crystal clear imagery, whatever that actually means, and footage of UFOs held in government archives. But we haven't seen any. Still yet to be shown. And Nap and my friend TLT UFO logo saw an image like this. His father, Brazilian Air Force intelligence. You know, we've looked at these so-called Brazilian Air Force guys before, who can't even admit a distant plane on a helicopter, was it? Or was that Peru? Was a distant airline UFO creating a contrail behind it. Was that Peru or Brazilian one? I know there's another one where a bug flies past the video at the airport. I think that was Brazil. And of course they look like UFOs when they're moving quickly across CMOS sensors, and he wouldn't admit that was a bug either. You want proof from your government, start making noise. Yeah, they want you to keep making noise. But people have been trying to do that since the 1940s, and it's not made any difference, Pat. Get all these governments, departments more funding, right? And more taxpayer money on it. And it goes nowhere. So, it wasn't the ad balloon one. That was a wee bit better than this one. I'm not sure if I can find it, but I might have a look. I said here Corbell has zero skilled eye in video analysis, so nothing he says, it should say there. The spell checker replaced the words wrongly. He says it means much. Boy cried wolf too many times. He obviously wasn't a good intel officer if he's showing classified images to people, especially his family, or it's a lie. I call bullshit. Yeah, where did where did my post go? This always happens, though. Should have been at the top, I think. Let me just reload it. Just switch that around. Yeah, I'm not seeing it for some reason. Maybe it was underneath this one. So what did I say here? Is this the clear pilot UFO Corbell is now promoting, as this looks photoshopped looking, and the double panel glass reflections, the image looks less distorted. I say fake. No reason not to flip to camera and film it either. So if you're a pilot or a smartphone, you're going to get more opportunity of filming. It looks rendered. Yeah, so where's my other image disappeared to? Oh, there, right there. Let's go to my channel, see if I can find it. This happens all the time. Probably got removed from copyright, right? Oh, here it is. So this is a full image, weaponized. Obviously I didn't see the bottom, and it just proves my skill level's good. And it says artist rendering of the so-called alleged photo. So if he had access to a box of photos, right, you think he would just take another snapshot with another smartphone instead of trying to get it drawn up. So yeah, but there is a similar craft to this I've seen in the past when we've been looking at X-planes. So he may have seen some experimental craft X-planes or new concept planes. I'm pretty sure I've seen that particular image, which someone could have seen here too, and this did a nice little rendering of a graphic and made up a story, right, to get attention, maybe make some money out of it. So various X-planes here. That's the one I was talking about. What was that one called? Doesn't have it on the screen there. That was this little shuttle one. They got doing secret missions up in space at the moment. I have to try a different search. A lot of it looks like it's out of Thunderbirds from the 1960s, doesn't it? Just shows you. Yeah. Let's have to check something on the other screen. Yeah, back to it. It'd be funny if I could find the image again. Now, what was that one? That was the Russians' Concorde copy, wasn't it? That went terribly wrong on the air show. Killed people and the pilots. I have to get a drink. I'm not seeing it. But we got these ones here, the darker ones that we've been working on. Vertical takeoff. Explain. And now they've got ones that can go into the water. Good place to hide if you're under a lot of attack. And what's that one there? V Skylabs F819. What's that one? Aurora. It's got a big tail fin if it is. Aurora Flight Sciences. You can see all the different shapes out there though. It still keeps on going. Keeps on giving. What's that one? UAV X-planes. So that's something else. So it could have been a remote control drone tagging along in Brazil there. Doesn't have to be aliens, you see. It looks too... When you see something like that in the rendering, it looks too human-like. Because it looks like a wing, and it's obviously airfoiled. And it looks like it's made for near edge space, if not space as well as in the air. See something like that one there, 6th generation fighter. Could easily be something like that, couldn't it? And it doesn't even have to have a pilot in it. But I haven't come across the one I've seen in my head. Look at this stupid thing. Puts the Concorde to shame. Imagine having to sit back here with a nose cone that far ahead of you. I suppose if you want to be a dive bomber like the Japanese were, could just sink a ship quite easily. Apparently they don't even have to put, in hypersonic missiles, they don't even have to put explosives in the nose cone, because the impact is so vicious at 30 atmospheres. I think it does 30 Gs. It can get up to 50 Gs on impact. The impact velocity is enough to pierce most things. Yeah, where have I seen it? I just don't know what keyword I used to get the one I was after. There's that thing again. What's that called again? What did I say? 7. X37B. There we go. I know how to be in it. Yeah, just, you know, I've seen it. I just not landed on the image. Let's try future concept planes. Oh, look at this thing. 15 incredible future planes. I wonder if that's lighter than air. What the hell? That's a lot of engines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's almost like a Russian type thing, doesn't it? Might have to look at that. It's a YouTube. Let's just keep looking for what I was trying to find. New airplane design. See, you can't rule that out as well, like a test flight of some commercial prototype plane that the fighter pilot saw. That's probably not even listed on flight radar because it's a concept. Look at this thing here. Future aircraft concepts. That looks like something that's going to be close to the land, like a hovercraft, doesn't it? Air current rider. Probably they designed a lot of these to skim off the surface of the sea. When it's low down that way, it's hard to detect it on radar. Look at that stupid thing. That's something like you see on third phase, but theirs would be total fake. But yeah, you can see how it doesn't look real, right? That definitely is a rendered image, that one. Now, a lot of them actually are. Interest in engineering. 11 futuristic planes. Where's the banana shaped thing? Look at this thing. Cargo plane, I reckon. I reckon they should bring back airships, but use helium this time so they can explode. Now we're getting closer to what I've seen, hypersonic space plane. But still not the image I've seen, where it's coming down on that angle like in that rendering. Oh, look at that thing. That looks like a concept one with helium. Wings and a jet engine on the back. With 1, 2, 3 cabin bays. Another strange looking one. Looks like a pelican. I'm not going to be able to find it. When you went in, you know you got the image in your head, you've seen it before. It's a lot of ones that are close to it, but not the actual rendered image I've seen of it. Probably have to go back over my other live shows to find it. Oh, look at this strange thing. Future cargo planes. I reckon it would turn around those engines and lift off with it. It's got some vents here at the front too. Yeah, so will they let us have flying cars like this in the future? I just can't see it. You know, those flying over your house. How long would it take people to accept how safe they are flying over your house, not crashing all the time? I can't see them being independent, human controlled, unless you've got some sort of level of expertise and qualifications. I'd say it'd have to follow above the motorway, the old motorways below. And you'd expect this to have like a parachute system that deploys at the top as well. Come on, give us the concepts. Concept planes. Come on, where is it? Getting closer to it. Star Wars designer, images planes. Yeah, I still haven't found the image. It's annoying. That looks like something from a game, doesn't it? 10 future concept planes. Imagine if you could do it with once you get to fusion power. So if humans can think of all this stuff and get prototypes working, just change things what people have seen in the sky somewhat. And it's only going to get worse, not better. And now we've got AI. Yeah, look. Look at this one here. Another variation to that one. And there's that vertical takeoff concept. And we know there are prototypes out there that do actually work, of course. Yeah, what's that one? Interesting. Strange looking one there. rendering. I got one that's connecting to some sort of space station. Doesn't look like the International Space Station though. Yeah. Still haven't come across it, damn it. Come across some new things though. It's always good to keep checking from time to time. Look at this thing here. Superplane inside giant flying luxury hotel. A flying hotel of all things. Where are they going to get the energy from though? I could see if you had a fusion reactor inside it and powered those with electric. But I could see this would have to have helium in it and really super light materials. And it's possible. Electric engines powered by new batteries, or nuclear batteries or whatever. That looks like from a computer game, that one. Futuristic fighter. Nah. Look at that crazy thing. WVV plane. Volkswagen. Yeah, I'm not going to find the one that's in my head anyway. Another vertical takeoff one. Yeah. No, we're not going to get it. That one's been removed since Corbell showing up. Yeah, won't be surprised. Maybe what do you call it? Single wing. Triangle, maybe. I know I have come across it. Too many keywords there, probably. Certainly makes you wonder about people seeing triangle things in the sky, though, doesn't it? Especially around Area 51. And it does look like a lot of these have got two engines on the back, or front even, which could glow. And there is one case that we're going to look at today that actually looks very much like this thing here. And that one there. Being followed by a fighter jet. And that's the sort of thing they test at Area 51, isn't it? Well, it's really similar to what people have seen in the skies in America near these Air Force bases. Still haven't come across the Corbell one though. Well, it's narrowed it down to more triangle ones at least. Anyway, we'll just progress on. What's the image where it was like something like this, shaped, curved, just like that rendered image, and it was coming back from space on an angle, and it looked just like that image. But anyway, back to. I'll just check up on the side comments. Don't expect to spend so long on that one, but it is interesting. Did I miss anything here? Let's put up there. Don't think so. Okay. Send it again. If you want my attention, just put at the out there channel. It should make it orange. I'm not sure about all the different domains out there though. Just shrink that in a bit here. Oh, that did it fairly fast. Normally it just seems to glitch or something. Maybe not run the GPU so fast it's not heating up as much. But anyway, so that one's solved. But I had a lot of debate over this. So I said here on my Reddit page, more BS coming from Corbell and that. So sad. You know, all their so-called 40 whistleblowers have padded out to be zero burgers, right? What is it, like almost like 2 years now since David Grush came out? Or Grush came out? So, Recon C, I reckon that's Recon Havoc, is it? Rico C, I don't know. No one does more vetting on information than those two guys. Do you know their past, or are you just throwing shit? How long have I been in this field, guys? The Truth on Corbell playlist, C side bits, open to full screen directly on YouTube. A lot of these guys don't. You can see been attacked here. Downloaded on my own channel of all things. Why would you downvote that? You'd go and watch all those episodes where I'm breaking down Corbell shit over the years, right? And then you come back to me and say, well, this is not true, this is not true, this is not true. But they can't, so they just simply attack my character. Even Robot Head exposed Corbell, right? So I'm not the only one out there that's not in the cult. I have been around longer than Corbell and have thousands more content and real UFOs too, and it's free. I should have added. Maybe you haven't followed me. So I probably should edit that at some stage and correct the spelling mistake. And missing lots of information and content, but I haven't time to fight it over comments. Guy has been caught in so many lies, so that should be there. So I can always read it back later and spot the mistakes, right? But at the time I don't see it because my head's firing in all different directions. And my eyes, and of course not helping, and of course not underlying spelling mistakes, of course, by the computer. So I go on a bit on there, and then it comes back, Corbell has done great things for the cause. I said, bollocks, he did it to line his pockets. If you ever go back to his very beginning of his Facebook channel, he was putting up all sorts of other videos that he was working on, other projects, you know, like Vegas, like a Vegas casino promo type thing, you know, showing the streets of Vegas. If you ever go back to his early days, like I was around when he first popped up on the scene, I could see he was trying to be a filmmaker even back then, and then somehow got into the UFO side of things. Not sure what kicked him off. Probably security, because he was a security fan. Maybe he saw something in the sky and started searching on UFOs, and then realised it was a topic that he could get into. Then he's created all these little 10-minute videos that he charged him $5 for, which are garbage. One was called Nano Man. Claiming this guy's story of receiving as a contractor some crashed material from UFOs said to be advanced nanotechnology, and to try and reverse engineer it. They never really proved anything in that 10 minutes, and it was just all hearsay. He does it as a hobby. So apparently Corbell does this as a hobby. As a disinformation agent. And he has an actual job. Well, so did I once. But my job is now sorting out all the crap on YouTube on UFOs. By the sounds of it. You sound unhinged. Apparently I'm unhinged. And jealous. This is always the terms I've had throughout my whole YouTube channel. I'm jealous. I didn't even have monetization for many years. Yes, I did it for moral reasons, not for money. My channel's always been about the topic, not about the money. But now I need the money because things are breaking down faster than I can actually afford to replace it myself. In fact, my bank account's a zero still. Yeah, and I might have to buy some glasses after the operation. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't. I have to worry about it another day. Maybe they'll look at what about him appeals people and try to do more on that rather than just being spreading hate. So I'm spreading hate, not truth. Those who don't like the truth, what's that logo I used to have on the early shows? Those that hate truth, call it hate, or something like that. Maybe I'll dig up the picture again. Still listening to BS. His job is suspect as he worked for his dad, who was a real estate properties. I sound like a normal critical thinker exposing the criminals in our serious field. So I give him more links to watch. Watch all. And this one special, and the truth on him working, which was the one that alien scientists put up where he got the emails from people that knew Corbell and told the truth about him. That's not what you sound like. They're all truthers exposing him, including me. Because I didn't just post it on my stuff. I posted up several stuff there for them to look at. Best to open it all properly on YouTube, not use embedded. You miss all the comments and description that way. Copy the URL out and repaste it into a new tab. That's the problem with this site. It tries to embed everything. And it doesn't even show the images. It's real trash Reddit. Used to started showing images of YouTube, and they suddenly destroyed it all. Not sure why. But anyway, at least it's got a better layout than X has. At least it's got a proper tree, right? So this is the thing that lacks on Twitter X, right? Always has a proper tree like this, so you can always see the depths of the tree to the comments. So this is another comment, and this is the Rico guy. What was the last one? Was he Rico as well? No, that was another one. See, this Rico guy needs to go and read what all the comments above him. So I was a IT admin for CAD/CAM and tutor at uni and 2 degrees. I disagree, you know. So we're going back to that picture, remember, that I said it wasn't a photograph. And that guy disagrees. Contact them directly, tell them your concern. If something can be debunked, they want to know about it, go to weaponized. I don't think they want to hear from me. Those shills don't talk to me. Laugh out loud. Again, one day you come back to me and say I was right all along. Start by watching all my videos on YouTube and learn. They don't waste their time on wackadoodles. So into insults. So we are done. So just follow Green Street findings, and when you see Corbell defending Tyler, proven hoaxer of UFO videos, and he admitted he did, then see a photo of all three, Corbell, Knapp and Tyler, having lunch at Vegas. You think that's fine? Still defending and working with because they have the biggest audience, blah blah blah. Then I post more links. Not likely. They have established credibility, people. Would you say that? George Knapp may have had it a long time ago, but since he's teamed up with Corbell, that's only dropped right down to the negative scale. In fact, I wouldn't even call him an investigative journalist anymore. He may have been, but he did such a bad job on Bob Lazar when you look back now. He got hoodwinked. You're an idiot and listening to your cult's echo chamber. Both are bad for ufology, lying in their pockets. They don't have $1 million mansions for no reason, right? Okay, full hat bot. So this is the kind of shit I have to put up with, you know. You think I haven't got anything to do all day. Yeah. I'll post that little fight there. I think it's worth keeping it documented there. Back. I've seen a donation. I didn't hear it pop up though. Is it just slow or something damn happened? And that normally comes up pretty quick, doesn't it? Probably something else that's got broken. What's going on there? Alright. I suppose I have to check it. Probably too late now though. Reddit. Corbell attack. Thanks, Michael, anyway. How can we check and open up more stuff? Shit. That's why I don't like third-party add-ons. Something's happened. Let me just open up another browser here. Let me check. It's pre-logged into the stuff and pin tabs. Makes it easy. It's coming up. Logging in. Alone is just slow. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Is it a setting? Looks like it's alright here. I didn't hear anything of the alien dancing. Just reload it. Let's do. Can I reload your last week's one? Let's see if that works.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Don't give it up, man. I am here.
Just doing that one, alright. Did you use a normal super chat one, or did you use their system? Because it could have got modified, I guess, and broken. Was that YouTube? It should be working. I reckon they've probably broken it. Or something's gone wrong with new stuff coming in. Let's see. Anyway, we're going to bring it up on the screen anyway. Is that coming up? What's it say on the other screen? £4 or a pussycat? Back £5. Take it 1 cent. I guess. Isn't it Apple that does that? If you donate via Apple, they take 1 cent of the donation. And you never ever get the full amount. You never get the £5. It's always $4.99 or whatever. I'll just scroll back down. What did it say at the bottom here? Jasper, out and about. Okay. No, that's me replaying last week's one from the control panel. Just to see if it was playing the old stuff, and it was. Because that's how it reloads it here. So it looks like it's communicating with me, right? It's just not getting communication from YouTube at the moment. Some connection is broken with YouTube. I probably, maybe I have to log out and log back in. That's kind of weird. Oh, yeah. Yeah, looks like we're not going to be able to fix that though. It's just annoying. I might just open it up again. Maybe you have to log out and log back in. I shouldn't have to though. Log out. Where's login? Login. Login to Twitch. We'll try that on. I think they did something Twitch. Maybe it's screwing up that. Let's set it to YouTube. No. Now, maybe if you repeat it, I don't know. There's some sort of linkage problem there. Anyway, I can't worry about it. Not much I can do. Anyway, moving on. What's that one? Alright, weaponized. So I guess it was from this show here.
My father just passed away.
This guy here was the one putting up the picture. And that's the one I've seen of the image, right? And you can see it's cropped off. Alright, there it is at the bottom here where it's hidden with the taskbar. That's why we didn't see it. So yeah, but on here he's saying it's we'll just play a clip of it anyway.
It's just like the pilot was in a commercial airplane, because you can see the cockpit, and the pilot just turned to the left and took the picture.
Didn't see that.
I don't know the year, but when I saw it, it was 1992, when my father showed me that, and the UFO was 300, 400 meters from the airplane.
So it's just another story in a sea of stories, no evidence. You're not going to get anything from these guys. It's just stupid. Oh well. Yeah, I wish I saw that sooner, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It was good test of my skills anyway. But yeah, you can see the argument they had there, so they was disagreeing. And of course I did I spent most of my day yesterday looking into AI and how I can use it to improve some of my old VHS videos that I've managed to save some things, and this is one of them, where it's got New Zealand witness cases, and her story was quite interesting. Might just play it. It's not the best audio, let's see how it comes out. But this is after you should have heard the original is like bzzz, all over the top of it, bzzz, and you can only hear the voices, so it's made a quite difference here. So I'll just play the intro.
UFOs. We asked the question, are we really alone?
Maximum we got was 480p from a TV, analog TV back then. But still a wee bit better than most UFO videos we get.
There it is. There it is.
Scientific fact or fiction?
There's something there. Oh, wow.
Like I said, that you have to turn it up a wee bit.
Something out there.
There is no question that there is extraterrestrial life. Oh my God, what is this?
Oh my God!
Unidentified flying object.
There's been another sighting of what may be a UFO.
Alien.
See, the older stuff is more interesting to me, because nowadays, because all the AI stuff and all the balloon stuff that we're getting with smartphone nonsense as well. Because in the older days, they did take it with proper cameras, at least, or proper film, even though it wasn't very high quality. So yeah, Alien. Certainly got a strange head shape on that one. Yeah, but it still fits the big head and the big arm and eyes, I guess, but it's still not what I've seen. Mine's a typical alien grey, which we've got up there, Mr. Grey. Mine was like more that shape head. Anyway.
An abduction. I had been examined and an operation had taken place. And
unfortunately, this one with the rock, I'm not sure where it comes from, whether it's Australia or New Zealand. Saying it's 16 million years old, and it's got a picture of, looks like a UFO on it, but it's shaped like an alien head. Is it a UFO though, or is it meant to be like the eyes? Yeah, it's very simple art.
mystery, 15 million years old. A military cover.
So yeah, that's the problem with rocks too, you know, carbon dating, you know, it's inaccurate. You have to use other isotopes, because carbon-14 changed over the millions of years. There used to be a lot more back in the dinosaur days. There is man-made days, but now they're saying it's all climate change because of humans and all that other nonsense that we have to deal with.
The Department of Defense is acting like there's a cover-up.
So let's get talking something about America there.
Account.
They were all down.
So that's that guy's image. We may have seen him before on some images.
Like there's a cover-up.
So there are more insect eyes on this one.
Witness account.
This one looks like it's him on the table. That looks like the guy, I think. And he's got a big head. Although, again, I didn't see it from the side of my one. But the eyes definitely didn't have that kind of slope on it. More like that there, right? They certainly didn't blink. So sticking something in its mouth. Ho ho ho.
They were all down the side of the bed. What is the...
Now, what's that one from? That looks like a flying saucer, doesn't it? But it's pretty poor quality. Looks like it's spinning.
Evidence.
Looks very similar to that one we filmed in the UK, actually.
For those who say they've seen and made contact with something out of the...
She turned out to be bisexual as well. I'm not sure what she does nowadays. But yeah, everybody sort of Googled over her back in those old days. So this is this woman's story. It talks about the Corcora lights there. We've heard all that.
1969, this strange circle was discovered on the Hauraki Plains in Ngāpea. The vegetation appeared burnt from the inside out, a principle used today in microwave ovens, and 3 V-shaped marks had been punched into the ground.
Tell me that.
That looks a fairly big craft, that one, for the impression.
Target data also CT from outside the circle, and we found that the CT outside shows no sign of radiation, but that inside definitely shows radiation.
Yeah, looks like it might have been a fairly big craft.
Why he based here?
Now, I've had friends see UFOs up close and personal. Some claim some motherships as big as out to sea, and then they do a comparison with a bridge, and they see all these other little flying saucers fly underneath into it, but like on Independence Day. So yeah, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and we never hear anything about those ones on the news. And of course he wakes up the family and says, look. So they all got to see it, but they didn't think of recording it with a normal camera or anything. I suppose so you get that Oz effect where you can't take your eyes off it because you don't want to miss anything. And if you look at your camera phone and all that time you got all set up and then look, you've probably missed all the best action, right? It's almost like you need to be wearing a camera on your head all the time.
UFO investigator Colin Lambert remembers the Ngāpea Circle and firmly believes it was the landing site of an alien craft.
You saw how basic the crop circles were back then. Of course, it looks to me like the circle was actually a impression in the long grass, right? Where it landed. So it wasn't a real crop circle, so to speak.
The spots like that, where 3 seeds had landed. And right around that to the third CT, and then with the line heading towards the south, the third Bigfoot, the CT, where the tickets can't be taken off.
And then there's the case of the Darkerville UFO and landing circles. Gillian Springer was a 13-year-old, and she and her family witnessed a long cigar-shaped object.
So she was a 13-year-old when she saw it.
With flames shooting up the rear. Was it coming towards the earth, or was it flying horizontally?
I think the closed captions do work a fair bit on it.
Gentlemen, put the teapot and only so far.
Not working that part of it.
It was too low and far to be movement flight.
It's too low or something.
And to get people exit.
With reports from
All these are pretty well nice on the video. The reading things aside.
other residents as well, police steps have found no trace of the crashed aircraft. Several kilometres north of Gillian's home, Jock Will is helping his father on the family farm. A couple of days after Gillian tried.
Yeah, so where's the one talking about the silver men one? Must have missed it. And then they're talking about this rock, which yeah, it doesn't sort of work. Anyway,
Interesting theory suggested the television one unidentified. Interesting theory suggested the Americans were testing a new type of aircraft invisible to radar.
there you go.
But while it's the most
So this case here is
controversial,
quite
it's not
interesting.
the only New Zealand UFO case. Eileen Moreland was the wife of an Air Force officer stationed in Blenheim. In 1959, she claims to have seen a flying saucer.
There were two figures in 6 seated in it. They were dressed
Two
in
figures.
silver foil sets with very, very shiny silver, and that when one moved, you could see the little points of light coming off the creases.
10 years
So little men in silver suits. What's that sound like? Sounds like the Broadhaven case, right? That was on that other show called Aliens or whatever it was, where that female reporter from Wales, well, she sounds Scottish to me, but she's actually Welsh, from BBC Radio, was investigating it. And there was one case where the woman was bed and breakfast and the UFO landed, exactly the same as what this lady was saying, and out popped the men in silver suits. There's also other cases in Wales where the silver suit man was banging on the window, and they were trying to say it was a prank in a fire suit. Turned out not to be so. So, and also there was one where a cop saw a man in a silver suit with a UFO after a UFO landed, and he was a cop. So yeah, and it was all around about that time too, wasn't it? So this would have been back in the 1960s, 70s, and this episode here is probably created in late 80s to early 90s. I'm not sure when, but it'll be around about when the VHS tapes come to New Zealand. Let's just actually look that up. First VHS tape. VCR New Zealand. Let's see. We always seem to get the cutting edge stuff before other people. Everyone was pushing beta, but then VHS took off because it was cheaper. So there you go. Introduced in 1976, Japan. But was it in New Zealand though? Just when we got the VCR sussed by the late 70s, the first beta and VHS models were being rented out in New Zealand. We didn't get it to then. I think we got it in ours in 80s, I mean. When it was really cheap. Well, like under $1,000 by then. Remember back in the early 80s, there you go. So that's probably when I got mine. Let's see, does it have a cost? Have we got a cost? Going backwards in time. Remember the price of them. Of course, everybody used it for porn, apparently. All the adults put it in their bedrooms watching porn. I've still got some VHS tape in the drawer, and I've actually got a DVR and a tape player in one unit. I can actually transfer tapes across to DVD. Voltage tower. There we go. Beta. $2,500. It's a wee bit expensive. Beta was actually better than VHS, I believe, as well, but it didn't take off. I guess it's the power of a marketplace, and if you sell units cheaper, people are more likely to get more of those than the better equipment. I remember in the 90s delivering a TV, 33-inch cabinet, and a VCR that cost 10 grand. And they're still pretty much the same now, but you got a screen that's as big as the house. What's the biggest now? 80 inches? Just to make sure you appreciate what you got now, doesn't it? Brings back some good memories. Anyway, if you haven't seen it and you want to watch it again, you can. It's on the videos tab. Let's see. I was going to do another search. What was I going to search for? Biggest TV at the moment. Biggest. Keep up with the latest technology, eh? LCD. In fact, are they using LCD anymore? They've probably found a new technology by now. $115 inches now, is it? 2024. Huge TVs among the biggest. Still not as big as the side of a lounge wall, though, is it? Well, it depends on how good your lounge is, I guess. Goes on sale for 20 grand. Oh, that's just pocket money. I bet Elon Musk has got one of those in every bedroom. But hard to see on that size. No, still got it on the stand. You'd think you'd have to hang it up on the wall. Yeah, I'd stick with my 15-inch laptop one that's like a couple of feet away from me. Is just like a big TV, as far as I'm concerned. And I can lay in bed and watch it. I got this over the bed table, right? Which you can look and find on my channel behind the scenes. So for the Chinese don't make it for our big, super big size beds in New Zealand. So I had to modify it to get enough inches upwards to be able to put my legs underneath. So it's not perfect. Yeah. How come it's not coming up though? Bed table maybe. Yeah, Google search is not very good. It's got other ones there. I used to call it Borgware. Borgware, that's my computer. The first computer I had, and it was on boxes on top of the bed. Actually, I made this cardboard cutout because you need the fan gap for the heat, and I added other fans on it. And that second display I had on a laptop bag, and yeah, it sort of worked. And then I replaced that with, yeah, so that was my early computer. So my first couple of years, that's what I was using. This is my and I had this repaired so many times. I had to open it up, tried all sorts of things to get it cool, replaced the fan, repasted. Yeah, it wasn't working very well. And the motherboard was starting to fail. It turned out I had a bad batch. I found out after the warranty period that there was a bad solder mix, and that the solder melted just with the heat from the CPU, from the GPU, that the GPU unsoldered itself, and also the charging circuit to the lithium batteries. Yeah, so I had it on pads and fans and added heat sinks. I put it all back together and pulled it all apart and put it all back together and gave it to JD. He's not around anymore. He doesn't show up anymore. He's too busy working. But he used to be the side mod. But then I replaced all that with a table. But I had to get permission because I don't own the house. And my mum's very OCD on the cleanliness. I said, oh, it'll be better. But now you see my table, it's just so, it's got 3 monitors, it's miles of cable everywhere. But yeah, where can I find it? Over the bed. Come on, it can't be that hard to find it. Here it is. Oh, it is that top one. Oh, yeah, but that's only a that's only the horrible, what do you call it, shorts, not the full screen one. That's the problem with this. If you click on that though, it doesn't play it as a short. Over this. It doesn't play as a short, and we don't get all the links that clicks to open up the original one. Unless I paste it in the comments. It's useless, isn't it? Bed wars over the top. Computer desk. Anyway, you sort of get an idea on this one anyway. High bed. Now, I did do a more recent episode in this showing the third monitor. You sit there now, and I've got the other arm, so I've got the monitor above my laptop screen, so I can look and keep it on both. So originally I had it down this side, but then I decided I could put it up here without straining my neck so much and keeping the 2 screens close together. Now I've got another one that swings over this side, and I only look over there just check on other bits and pieces that get in the way of the screen. I'll just drag them and tell it to go over that far one over here. But yeah, and there was another one with the monitor. It's funny how I can't find it. It's my video. Let me find it, Google. Midweek. S4. No. I don't think it's there. What was that called? I wonder. Third monitor, maybe. Try monitor. Over the bed again. No. It's ridiculous, really. At least my camera's sort of come alive again, which is a good thing. But I'm too scared to turn it off and on because then it dies again. Where's my latest setup? Here, was it? Here we go, latest setup. Found it. That's when we got the... Hi guys, the third monitor that also connects to my Raspberry Pi. The camera is pretty crap on that phone. I don't know why I use it. Now, it's a Sony, it's nice and fast, but the camera on it's not the best. Or 8K. So it's going from DisplayPort connecting to this new monitor I got, which is not 15 inch, I think it's slightly 14 inch. Slightly smaller anyway. Still quite good though. I've tidied up the connections a lot since then. I've got various stick-ons where you clip the cables into. And I got rid of all that. And that's on the back of the monitor. And do my live show from here. And wireless mouse. And, must have got lunch arriving.
You taking your pill?
No. Yeah, there's no rush for the pills. Thanks. Which is like crowing. I thought I had a pan away shot here somewhere. It's crazy. How to fix that? Let me know, because white. I thought I had a pan away shot. I probably should do an update anyway. Another behind the scenes for members. Oh, what members? Anyway. I will do an update sometime. Yeah, so where were we? So 115 is the biggest TV at the moment. Oh right, I did have that image here, did I? Typical. Sure, I did have it. It's in the wrong place. Okay, we can do the reviews of the other stuff, but I might just read out that story. Have I lost it? No, it was at the end, wasn't it? And then we do reviews of those shows. So yeah, I might just see if I can copy that to the reader and eat some of this food so I can go and get some pills. And then we'll go through finding Bigfoot, the latest best evidence I've got. And then we'll look at UFO Witness Show and play some clips from both. Oh, I already got it here from last time. Okay, see if we can get it to read, shall we?
Ghostly phenomenon. Ghostly phenomenon, 1950s haunting of the Long family in Inglewood, California. Time frame 1956 to 1960.
So I'll just
A summary overview. There were several paranormal events that happened to me and my family back in the 1950s when I was a boy. First was a fire demon which appeared to me in the dark when I was 4 years old during Christmas time in 1951 when we lived in Renton, Washington, near Seattle. I was getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and the house was all dark except for a fire burning in the old pot-bellied stove in a corner of the living room down the hall from my bedroom, and the bathroom was in between. When I began to go into the bathroom, something bright flashed in the corner of my eye and I turned to look toward the pot-bellied stove, with the warm orange flicker of fire over the dark living room, when suddenly a being made of fire, about 3 to 4 feet tall, shot out of the stove and began dancing across the room in front of me. I was terrified and wet my pants. This weird thing had flames for a body, and big red fiery eyes. I ran to my parents' bedroom and jumped in their bed, but my mother noticed I was wet and crying, and she got up to help me, while my dad just rolled over and went back to sleep. I was too scared to go into the hallway again, so my mother had to change me in her bedroom as I hid under her blankets. I never again saw anything as weird as this, not even the ghost I saw in 1958. Then a house my family moved into in Inglewood, California suburb of Lenox in 1956 was haunted, and there were all sorts of frightening and scary ghostly and poltergeist phenomena experienced by my entire family in that house over the next 3 years. It began soon after we moved into the house at 10130 Condon Avenue in 1956. All 4 of us kids had to share the same room for a while, 3 brothers and 1 sister, and we were all young children at that point. I was 9, my sister was 8, and my 2 younger brothers were 6 and 4. We slept in U.S. Army surplus bunk beds, one on each side of the room. The haunting began one night after the whole family had gone to bed. I was just going to sleep when suddenly I heard scratching sounds coming from underneath my bed, on the bottom wood frames of my mattress box springs. It was unnerving to say the least, and very frightening. Then the scratching noises, like fingernails on wood, would suddenly begin somewhere else in the room, either on the wall, or underneath the beds of one of the other kids. It scared the hell out of all of us, and made my younger brothers cry. These eerie sounds were sometimes, but not always, accompanied by knocks or raps on the walls or floor. These strange things would continue over the next 2 years, and although they were not a nightly occurrence, they did happen frequently. Then in 1957, something new started, along with the rappings and scratching. Our house was old and had old hardwood floors with no carpeting, only area rugs. We began to hear the sounds of feet, bare feet, walking on the bare hardwood floors at night after the family had gone to bed after 10 p.m. They sounded like the person who was walking was old and frail, because the footsteps went swish-swish on the floor as the walking moved around the house, like the person couldn't or wouldn't lift their feet up off the floor, and just shuffle along. Well, if you think the scratching and knocks were frightening, then you have to know that we were all horrified at the sound of ghostly feet moving around the house. None of us ever saw anything, but we all, at one time or other, heard plenty of weird, unexplained sounds of an invisible ghostly person moving about the house. On one occasion I especially recall, which still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end, we had all gone to bed and all the lights were off, except that ever since the ghostly phenomena started, my parents made sure there was a night light in our bedroom so we weren't completely in the dark. The scratches began under my bed and then under my brother's bed across from me, and he let out a yelp. The scratches moved back to under my bed, and something knocked on the window between us. Then we heard the sounds of the ghostly footsteps starting from the dining room, and then coming into the hallway, and then into our bedroom. The door was closed but not locked, and something opened it up and it opened all by itself, with the ghostly footsteps coming into our room toward the foot of my bed. I looked and there was no one there, and I could see all the way down the hall to the closed door of my parents' bedroom at the back of the house. In between that was the bathroom off to the right, and a hall closet to the right which was closed with a door. Our family cat, Snowball, was curled up asleep at the foot of my bed, at my feet, when all of a sudden, something struck the footbed frame of my bed with a loud, resounding clang. Instantly, our cat jumped up, arched her back and hissed in anger. I was terrified, to be sure, and hid under the covers. My brothers were both screaming and crying, and my sister was yelling bloody murder for my mom and dad. They both came running down the hall from their room and turned on the light, and demanded to know what was wrong now. We told them the ghost came into our room to scare us, but we couldn't see it, only hear it. My mother told me she had also heard the ghostly footsteps, and she told me she knew the house was haunted. On another night, the ghostly footsteps came into our room, then turned back and moved back down the hallway, then the closet door opened by itself, and a basketball which my dad had thrown up onto the top shelf came bouncing down on the hallway floor, and began dribbling by itself, bouncing up and down from about a 3-foot-high level. My dad flung his bedroom door wide open, came bounding down the hall, grabbed hold of the ball as it hung in midair, and threw the lights on. Of course, nothing was there, and we were all in our beds, terrified with fear. Dad told us all to try to settle down and go back to sleep, and said he didn't know why the ghost was haunting the house. When he went back to bed, he took the ball with him, and all was quiet for the rest of the night. In April 1958, my brother and I both saw a real ghost, the same ghost at the same time, of a tall, thin, gaunt, and wrinkled old woman in a white lace wedding dress. We ran away screaming. We were chasing each other, playing around the dog run around the garage and lean-to shed at the back of the garage, on an afternoon after school. This first house was a 1920 vintage wood and stucco Spanish-style two-bedroom home, with a front and backyard, and a separate garage in back of a dirt driveway, with a lean-to shed built onto the back of it, with one door that was always padlocked, and with one window which faced onto a dog run around the garage, surrounded by property borderline trees and a fence. It was inside this shed that we, my brother Bob and I, saw the ghost of the old woman in the wedding dress standing inside, looking out at us with cold, dark, stony stern eyes, through shabby white lace curtains, next to an old steamer trunk. We knew this room was locked and there was no way anyone could be inside of it. We later discovered from a relative of old Mrs. Dillon, when he came to empty the contents of the storage room, and opened the trunk in front of us before loading it onto his truck, that the white lace wedding dress had belonged to a woman who had died in the house in 1955, and was folded up neatly inside of that steamer trunk. That woman was the man's grandmother, old Mrs. Dillon, who had died at age 77 in November 1955 of pneumonia in the back bedroom occupied by our parents. He also showed us a picture of Mrs. Dillon, and it was the same face we had seen on the ghostly apparition. Other strange poltergeist-style phenomena that happened in that house is that many times objects would move about by themselves at all times of the day or night. Cups, glasses, saucers, pens and pencils, and salt and pepper shakers would move around on the dining table, or move back and forth from the dining table to the mirrored sideboard of the cupboard. One time things my mother had put on the dining table returned to the kitchen by themselves when all of us kids were outside playing. Another time a glass of water tipped over by itself in the kitchen while my mother was peeling potatoes. And yet another time an ink pen shot past my face and embedded itself in the wall right past my nose. There were neighbor houses on both sides, fairly close together. The same was true for the second house, which was an old white wood frame house, in the ranch and prairie style, with a large front and backyard. There were no nearby bodies of water, since these locations were in the major Los Angeles area. Both houses are located under the flight path of airliner planes coming in for landings at LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. Yet this did not account for any of the unusual phenomenon we experienced. In 1959, my family moved to a different house in Inglewood's Lenox district, where more ghostly phenomena occurred over the next year. Strange and bizarre things happened to my family until the end of 1960, when it all came to an abrupt end when we moved out of that house to one in Norwalk. This paranormal activity occurred over 45 years ago. It took place mostly from 1956 to 1960, about 4 years, but the worst of it was in the first house, from 1956 to 1959. The last activity occurred right after a fire which burned down our garage in October 1959, when a ghostly bizarre face kept appearing at the windows of the house from the outside at night, glaring at us. It was startling and very scary. The main thing I remember about the second house we lived in was its old-fashioned charm and quaintness. The walls were covered in varnished knotty pine boards in some of the rooms, and it was much larger and more spacious than our previous house. It had a large kitchen area and pantry, laundry room, and dining room. My room was right off the kitchen, which was great, so I could sneak a snack sometimes in the middle of the night. A few times I recall the covers being pulled off me as I slept in bed. There was no one there, and it gave me the creeps. Most of the strange ghostly phenomena occurred in my sister's room in the second house. She kept being smothered by some large heavy entity which had a very bad smell and labored breathing, and pressed her down into her bed until she had to scream very loudly, and then it suddenly released its grip on her. She said it felt like it was trying to choke her to death. Also, at the second house, there was a large black walnut tree spreading over the back of the house. We would always hear the walnuts falling on the roof of the house, but that did not explain how the walnuts would appear in piles in my sister's bedroom at the back of the house in the mornings, or sometimes appear near the ceiling and roll down the inside walls of my sister's room and then roll across the floor by themselves. Sometimes the walnuts would appear to drop down from the ceiling and land on my sister's bed as she slept and then wake her in terror. Other times the walnuts would appear on the floor in nice neat little piles. There was no way the walnuts could get into my sister's room. Yet they did almost every day. There was no squirrel or other animal that was doing this, we would have discovered it. And why no broken walnuts or shells? This bizarre yet harmless paranormal activity still remains a mystery to all of us to this day. The first house, located at 10130 Condon Avenue, was built in 1920 and was owned by a family named Dillon, and the ghost was that of old Mrs. Dillon, who had died in the back bedroom of the house of pneumonia in November 1955. The house remained there until the year 2000, when it was torn down to make space for a parking lot for a storage rental company. I visited the residents who lived there in the house in the 1970s, and they told me they knew the house was haunted, and they experienced some of the same weird ghostly phenomena that my family had experienced firsthand. They told me that sometimes the candles would light themselves, or that someone unseen would blow them out, or move things about when no one was looking. The second house, located at 10529 Grevilla Avenue, was built around 1910 and originally was a farmhouse when there were no other houses around it. The second house stood until sometime around 2001, then was torn down and a new house was built on the site. My whole family experienced these strange and amazing frightening ghostly phenomena. My dad, John A. Long, was an engineer with North American Aviation in El Segundo. My mother, Lila Long, was a housewife. My name is Don J. Long, the oldest of 4 children. My sister's name is Bonnie Long. My 2 brothers are Robert and Kenneth Long. There were no photos, recordings, or any other form of evidence other than our family experiences, sorry to say. I grew up to know and believe that there is a spirit world which exists in the same space as the material world we live in, and paranormal phenomenon is the evidence of that spirit world. Because of these scary and startling experiences with the supernatural world, it was no big leap of faith for me to become a born-again Christian when I grew up, and have remained so to this day. Who knows if these things are caused by evil spirits, or by the ghostly spirits of the departed dead? We do not need any help, but we wanted to tell our story if anyone wants to hear all the incredible details. You may contact me via my email address if you are interested. Thank you.
So, yeah, that was a long one, wasn't it? I managed to eat my lunch in one go then. This is the guy that's a Secure Team fan, I might add, and this is why I found him. I tried to contact him and send him information about Secure Team, but he was saying he was an ex-MUFON investigator for 25 years, and I think well, he could have been very good if he was following Secure Team. Born again Christian, huh? They certainly had a lot of experiences there, and not to have any evidence is kind of sucky. But we are talking about probably most of that pre-smartphone technology, right? And nanny cams and all that sort of stuff that we have now. But yeah, I thought that was it the audio still working? Better check, I suppose. Yeah, I have unmuted it alright, according to this anyway. I've just been in contact with Discord, the OBS things, and there's no mods there. No one's replying. So, yeah, looks like we're not going to get it fixed before the end of the show anyway. I think the API must be down. Oh yeah, I forgot to scroll down. I'm going to Take it, Paul, as a way eaten or pissing. I need to have a piss, actually. Now you mention it, I need to take some pills now I've eaten. I did say I was going to mute myself and read out the story. I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy's story on various paranormal shows on TV since. I kind of remember seeing an episode of something jumping out of a fireplace and dancing in front of the kids. But I'm not sure what TV show it was on, Travel TV or whatever. Not the most haunted. The Haunting was a regular show for a few seasons. I think it might have been on that, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, it does bring back memories of other people's stories. Watched Bruce Almighty the other day. Okay. Can't remember if I have or not. Yeah, so you know, there's been other people telling similar stories of credible investigators. So that thing jumping out the fireplace sounds like again an entity from another realm, doesn't it? From another universe that's sort of broken into our dimension, as people would say, or our reality, and they may be plasma entities. That plasma might be alive, right? So he's saying it's on fire. Plasma does look like it's on fire, but why would he only see it once? It's not likely to be on any drugs or anything, being a kid as well. But the kids' brains are still developing and can be influenced. So the skeptics will say that he watched something on TV or heard a story and just dreamt it up. Oh, that's not a good thing. Something's dropping off connection, and we still got internet. Is it still working? I hate it when it does that. Looks like it's a USB drive connected to the same adapter that's got the USB to LAN connection on. Let me just check things here just since then. Well, everything's green here, so I assume it's alright still. On green on the Raspberry Pi, so I guess it's alright still. Yeah, so yeah, had a few more experiences there, knocking under the bed. It's a long story. It seems to, you know, they're talking about people with attachments and online in the UFO field, but I think the attachments is a real thing because I've had it happen to me. My sister's had it happen to her. And that's why Skinwalker Ranch entities can leave the property being connected or attached to someone that was in the investigating it. They can get attached and they can then leave the ranch and follow them to the new place. And then they can come and go. And that's why the activity at Skinwalker Ranch has probably died off. And so they're making up these false claims of LiDAR and lasers seeing wormholes without doing any proper control testing. Move the equipment to the middle of the property instead of at the triangle and see if you get the same problems occurring. Or actually keep it the same distance away from the mesa, but maybe halfway down the road, you know. Oh, we got wormholes all over the place. This show is stupid. But yeah, it would have been good to catch us some evidence in that whole big story there. But yeah, talking about this other investigator, there was a story that he was helping out in a bar. like a bar manager or something, or he's playing a gig there with a band or something like that. But he was helping clean up or something, and he was sitting there having a drink before going home, and suddenly this bright doorway, a little miniature doorway, opened up in the wall, and out popped these miniature creatures, men, humanoids, started walking past him in a line like Snow White and the Red Dwarfs, I guess. But then the one at the very end just stopped, turned around and looked at him, turned around and marched on again, and then they all disappeared into another virtual doorway, so to speak, near the floor, which is kind of weird. And that was in America somewhere, I believe. I'm not sure if it was in Kentucky, where they have these tunnels under the ground. But who knows? Maybe there are these other little tiny aliens that have somehow got trapped onto our planet through a multiverse and living underground, and they can pass through walls just like alien greys and all the rest of them. So, but a crazy story, whether you believe it or not, without any video evidence. I guess because he was playing in a band, he probably didn't have all his cameras and stuff. And being an old pub, it probably didn't have any security cameras in the band room or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any other good stories on there. That's one I found. What's it called? Your Ghost Stories. I'll post up pictures and videos. I'll post up the link anyway to it. Let's see. Ghost Stories site. So I can guess some TV producer would have come across the same site, found that guy's story, and asked whether they would like to be interviewed and featured on a TV show. I guess that's how it normally works, isn't it? Let's see. What's that one? Famous Hauntings. The Bell Witch. Bernini Haunting. There's probably a few other good ones on that. Queen Mary Haunting. We probably could read out a haunting every live show, I suppose. We might just keep it around. Alcatraz. Terror London. Ghosts in the White House. There's certainly one now. His name's called Biden. What else we got? Did I see you post something, Michael? Did I miss? One thing I have learned recently is that people respond well to positive music. Universal Man. Yeah. You did a good musical piece the other day. But I was pretty busy, but I did try to point you in the right direction there, and yeah, it sounded pretty nice what you're doing. But yeah, I had lots to do, unfortunately. Pictures and videos. I'm always pushing off people because I'm always busy when they pop on and want to talk. They always come on the bad times. Countryman is often one that shows up, but yeah, he was talking that he did an outside trip to Vermont and he saw a UFO and he wants to talk to me on voice about it. But he said he went to this place. I'm not sure if he was looking for a house to buy. I think he said he was looking at houses there. Because I told him maybe if he doesn't like the big city, get out in the countryside like me. You find it's more peaceful, you know, and if you got some forests or parks you can walk in, it does make your mental health a lot better, getting away from all the negative internet. New Zealand's got lots of good places like that, and then they're only like 30 minutes to an hour's drive from where I am, you know, so, you know, just taking out the dog to a park, although he's a bit old now, he's a bit wobbly on his legs sometimes, but he's a lot better than what he was a year ago. But yeah, he's getting older though. Every time we age a year, they age a lot faster, of course. But yeah, he was saying he saw a UFO, and there was a wind farm on top of this mountain ridge. He said there were about 1,000 feet on shafts. So that's the biggest I've heard, because most of them only go up to about 400 feet. And, or 200 feet and 400 feet max with the blades going up. So 1,000 feet up on top of a mountain ridge sounds pretty incredible. But that might be the latest technology, right? Bigger blades are going. Some billionaire's project or something. You'd think it'd make a lot of noise, but maybe if it's in a slower airstream and the blades are bigger and can turn with the same force, maybe it doesn't create the so-called infrared infrasound and ultrasound that makes people sick, apparently. I think Trump's mentioned about it, that the windmills reduce property value, and he got a lot of left hate from mainstream media about it all. What do we got here? Pictures and raw ghost pictures and videos. So yeah, we've had a look at some of these in the past from my book. Was it that one? I think some of these were done with glass reflections. The brown lady kind of looks like a faked one, doesn't it? Someone wearing like a blanket over top of them, or something similar to that, sheet. That's hard to know. So how would you do that? You'd have a piece of glass on an angle to the stairs, right? And you'd have the person over the side here. It looks like a bright light over here. The person would be over here with a bright light behind them, and the reflection of them would be half transparent on that. So to me that looks like it's staged, that one. Maybe you can have a look at a few of these another day and move on to the other UFO stuff, but there's one in this one here. I analysed the hooded figure. I think this again is a Pepper's Ghost, where they use a glass. And it's a good way to get more visitors through the door, I guess, to see where the famous ghost image was. But yeah, I had analysed this, and I think I saw what looks to me like we've got a hand railing system here. It looks like there was like a piece of glass on the floor going upwards next to the railing here. And there's some slight variations happening. Looks like some of the minor reflections. So again, this would have been done because normally they have like a stand in the podium where the priest gets up and reads from the Bible, right? They normally have it on the side, and churches at the front, and some of them would put up like a glass shield around the box to protect special guests and stuff. What happened there? Some strange stuff happening there. Yeah, church. What do you call it? Priest stand. Glass in front. I'm not sure if we can find some images, but I did have a look at this. I did a live show on it. Looking at it deeper. Not seeing a stand. I think you know what I mean, the little stand where they have the little Bible on it or whatever. It's always hard to do a live debunk when you look for something like this. They've probably got more glass around it now with COVID, right? But in the old days they were afraid of the Black Plague and all that sort of stuff too. So it makes sense that they may have had like a sheet of glass and a stand that they would bring in front. Because they've got people that sit in front of them. But it's hard to find those old images of the old churches and see how they're set up. So they normally got something like that. Big table. Makes sense that you could have a protective screen there if you've got people coming up, walking along to get the tablet, you know, the Catholic tablet or whatever it is, and drink of wine. Anyway, I did some analysis on it and it was like suspicion that they may have set a piece of glass there just to fake it. It's a good one though. We should go through all of them one day. I'll just leave that sort of there, you know. Have a look at the videos as well. That one's a good one. I like that one. Talking about the old Western. And there's someone in the background there. Looks like a graveyard. Is it Jesse James, is it? Or whatever. Terry Ike Clayton took this photo of his friend at Boot Hill Graveyard. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't someone there trying to clean up a grave site for their friend or whatever. So it doesn't even look transparent though, does it? It just looks like an out of focus person in the background sitting on the ground there. See, that one doesn't look too suspicious to me. I wish I had a picture of my apparition. That was really cool. Of the girl that was transparent from the waist downwards. Yeah, it was just awesome. That was one of the best sightings I ever had, and no camera. Here's another church one. They like the churches. What do we got this time? That looks like a double exposure, doesn't it? Probably someone walking past, right? When they took the photograph. Looks like some woman in a, what do you call it, one of those transparent things on their head when she's grieving. You can see there's a lot of light here. Candles on it. And you can see the lights reflecting off the face. And back then the cameras, they had the shutters open longer so someone could walk across the frame very quickly and end up in it. Okay, what have we got here? The one from the ghost hunters of the reflection of the thermal of the cabinet they walked past. They tried to debunk it at the time too. It was like a Civil War thing, and it looks like a Civil War cap there, and it looks like he's holding a rifle, doesn't it? So I think that one was a legit they caught there. People were saying it was just an artifact of their own shadows, but they tried to debunk it, and they weren't even close to that image. Japanese graveyard again after duck. Paranormal investigations. I suppose it's a good way to advertise. Right, so it's old technology here. The plugin isn't supported anymore. That's on you updated your website, mate. Google Video. Well, we'll look at it another day, I suppose. Have fun trying to get it working. The Guardian Angel at a car crash. Now, these ones are always kind of interesting too. The video is no longer available. Account associated with the video has been terminated. Terminated. This is the thing that Google does. Damn. So we ain't going to see that one either. I wonder if it was on a TV show. So again, couldn't that just be a camera exposure thing? What's that thing popped up? Ah. How did that pop up? I didn't do anything. I can't seem to get it on that one. Large image. Alright, I wasn't clicking. How'd you get it to pop up like that? I don't know. It's very stupid. Yeah. Looks like someone walking with their arms going back and forth. Poltergeist one, I remember that one. They claim that the table starts, the chair of the boy keeps lifting up while they're interviewing him. Attack of Ghost Hunters. That one's a weird one if I remember right. He got caught up with a piece of wire hanging from the loft or something. I don't know. So most of these are clips from TV shows, so they've probably been deleted. Copyright. Yeah, I'm not really convinced on many of those. I might just leave it there for another day, though. Have a read of the stories. Back on to UFO stuff. Here we go, out there anyway. I better do an update. How many got people joining us today? 12. We're getting these subs all the time, but it never seems to grow much with people showing up, unfortunately. 2 on YouTube, weapon there. 5 on Rumble. It's really sad again. Only 27 views this time. Yet we got almost 100 last time on Pilled. It must be something on TV that's more interesting. Anyway, on to the next stuff. So I might just keep that one handy back there to look at, remind me. So I suppose we'll look at Expedition Bigfoot review. I'll just put that there just to remind me to open the folder. But before we continue, I think I might go to the toilet. I have actually got a video clip where we try to do that without trying to get copyright. You know what the TV's like, fair use and all that. I'll just be back in a minute though. I'll just shrink that back down there. I'll just put on ping bong. I could do a Bigfoot one. F-bomb. Yeah, a lot of these I haven't played for a while. Why is it not scrolling? Things are just not working out, are they? Something weird going on. Oh no, there's the front of it this way. Slow one. First one. Regular. Okay, I'll be back. I've got to take those pills, that's the main thing. Okay, I'm back. Will you all just respond there? Oh yeah, there's a Bigfoot one. Whereabouts was it? Now I remember. Bigfoot. That one there, I think. Well, smaller, it looks like a Yeti. Oh, those pills are really bitter. I'm just trying to get the horrible taste out of my mouth. Size doesn't matter with the UFOs. I think it was a bit loud. I forgot to amp it up. That's probably going to screw up Google, and it probably reduced my voice volume now. That was a bit of a stuff up. Anyway. So. Let's begin, I guess. Get that in the right place. Make sure that's scrolling down. Okay. Yep. That's good. Michael. What we got? Going to lay down, listen to I am here. Yo, where's my controls? I don't know what you mean. You got mod. Close Encounters, yeah. Yeah, it was me playing it. I just recorded it for it. But yeah, let's start on. The best evidence so far, episode 5. I think they only do about 8 or 10, don't they? So it's going through the season pretty quick. So they recap previous episode, and they found all these sticks piled up against a tree trunk. Of course, the scientist on there is not too impressed. She doesn't think it's Bigfoot, but probably a man. Like a hunter, they probably found those to make a campsite, you know, or something like that, and just stacked them up for coming back later to reuse them. But they keep saying that the Bigfoot make all these strange markers in the forest to mark trails to follow each year or whatever. And there she is with this guy. He's meant to have been some researcher, enthusiast, but she's the real scientist here. And then we got this guy here, which believes everything's Bigfoot. I can't remember what his name is now. I keep forgetting it. He was on some other history documentary we reviewed last year, wasn't it? And about the Russian hikers in the mountains that disappeared. He thought it was Bigfoot and all that, and I was saying he's wrong. And he certainly was covered up by the Russian government anyway. So yeah, this they played this clip. Not sure if it was the other guy that captured it. I don't think they captured it. But I was just having a look in this one here. To me, that kind of looked like a Bigfoot in the background there behind this tree. And a leaf here. It looks like something standing there, doesn't it? But apparently there's 2 Bigfoots. You can actually see better on the video. I was going to clip it, but I totally forgot. We could probably simulate it here. You can see there's a creature just going behind the tree here. and another one coming out of the forest here. We'll just go through the sequence, I guess. Not sure if we can see it moving. I was taking all the frames. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see it when you scale it down there. But you can see it better on the video. But I think we suffer because it's video compression rather than it being a burst mode. I think something just passing behind that tree stump there. It's really hard to see, isn't it? Frame by frame. Wonder if I can do it without clicking the mouse button down there. Let's see, does the arrow keys work on this? Oh yeah, here we go. You see something just appearing there and something just coming out the bush further behind. It's not the highest quality video I've got, but but you can see there's definitely something moving there. Two humanoids, whether it's ghillie suits, hunters, who knows, you know. But I couldn't help to see that looks like something there. I don't see to circle it, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be moving though. I don't know. It looks like they're heading towards it. Kind of interesting. Sometimes you look in pictures and you see stuff that they miss. But yeah, I'm moving on to the next image. I'll just go out full screen again. Sucky camera. So it kind of looks like an alien head actually, doesn't it? There's like a alien grey poking its head around. See, look, it's got a lean to it. Looks like it's leaning out. Alien head. Pareidolia gang, eh? And it looks like it's smaller than these ones too. It looks like it's a couple of feet smaller. Anyway, I thought I'd just point that out. And so they find their first footprints, but it looks like it's got toes on it. Slushy mud. I'm just trying to see if we can actually see it on the video. The cast comes out a bit better. And he's looking at, so he goes camping by himself and sets up cameras all around the tent, and he has this big flash of light pass really close to the camera, and that's what he gets, and it looks like a blur of fur, doesn't it? So it looks like something with fur just running really fast past the camera. Those cameras are no good on long exposure, you know. And then it disappears in one frame. It's moving really, really fast. Shows up just like that. Boom. There's another frame I didn't quite get before it. And then that one. And then that one's gone. That's pretty fast moving. Does look like it could be a Bigfoot, couldn't it? It's got the right type of fur on it. Baby Bigfoot, but not seen humans before. And of course he gets out there with the camera, doesn't find anything. But then the other guy films this one. It looks like a humanoid moving. Sends it to him to look at. It does kind of look like it's a humanoid shape. Looks like it's got a head and a big arm. Does kind of look like a Wookiee. A thermal signature of a Wookiee. Now again, could it be Hunter? Who knows? Still quite a good capture though. Got various frames of it here moving. So it looks like it's moving, turning away from him. Heading up a slope or something like that. And then looks like it steps down on an angle there. Leaves a bit of a smudge. Black and white thermal, I guess. Or was it night vision? I don't know. And it looks like it's now got the back to us. Like, I guess he almost looks like a gorilla though, doesn't it? Walking upright. Like it's got two tones. You can see its head there like a Wookiee and its arms. Looks like a big creature, doesn't it? Doesn't really look like a man. Anyway, back to here. And they show a map of where they are. So she's down here. The base camp's down here. The other guy that captured the thermal that we just looked at is up here on the mountain path, tracking something. And he finds a tunnel. It goes right through the mountain to the other side. He's pretty brave, this guy. And she's set up a fair distance away from the base camp here. So he keeps finding stuff because he's always in the move, and he's found all these bones everywhere, but they got no chew marks on them like animals. And he says this is typical of something that bites the flesh and peels it off, like human teeth, or cuts it off with a knife. So he's looking for knife cuts or teeth marks. And he takes some sample off there in case it's been chewed on by a human. Any saliva, I suppose. And then he finds his own footprint, which looks like a toe there, doesn't it? Looks like a toe. Another toe, another toe, another toe, another toe. And sends it into him. Was it her or her? Was it her that found that, or was it him? Oh no, that might be the one they found together. They scanned it with a phone using some 3D LiDAR imaging. I guess it's on this Apple phone that comes with the LiDAR. It's able to somehow make a 3D scan using photos. And it's quite clever technology. And then he starts angling it up and measuring it, saying it was 17 inches long, which is a big foot. But it doesn't look particularly wide foot, does it? But yeah, who would be walking around in a wasteland like that with bare feet? A tramper? Unlikely. Yeah, it definitely looks like a footprint. Because you can see the toes rather than a sole. So he's saying this is where he found it with the woman. And alright, no, there must have been the other guy's one. It must have been the other guy's footprint that got 3D scanned. And their one. And they're doing a side-on-side comparison. And there was a short distance away from each other or something. Let's see. So he found his one up here, and she found her one down here. And now he's going from base camp to interview a Indian witness who saw Bigfoots in his childhood, I think, and also heard about the Bigfoots that would be invited into the Native American camps, and when they were doing dancing, they would join in with the dancing and all that sort of stuff. Again, would it be good to have video footage of that? But yeah, hand me down stories. They called him the Wildman. And he said there's a lot of sightings up to where they found the footprints and all that. Meantime, he's gone from the bone site, and now he comes across his old ancient cabin, abandoned cabin. Still looking pretty good, probably from the 1900s, probably. And he goes inside and finds blood on the floor, which is fresh blood that's like a day old on the floor. And he finds above where the drops of blood are these 3 nails, and he reckons that maybe it being a tall creature bumped its head into those nails that he didn't see in the dark. Probably made it scream and leaked out some blood onto the floor. And so he follows the blood trail to the door entrance, so it must have run out. And so he just gathers a sample of it, so we find out later, I guess, the DNA of it to see if it's human blood or whatever. Now what was that one? Alright, she's in a new area now in the woods, and she finds there might be like a deer trail there. And she said it's too slippery to investigate at night time, so she decides to get a better vantage point, and she fires up a rope into a tree and sets up a outpost with the cameras on it, and she'll sit up there and watch it from above, which makes perfect sense to me. And meantime, he's gone to talk to the native Indian guy, this guy. And he's talking about the Indian Bigfoot's dancing with the Indians and all that, which is quite an interesting story. Now she's got her bird stand, or what you want to call it, deer stand, up in the tree, way up in the tree, looking down on the forests with all their cameras, and also got obviously the extra cameraman that follows her around up there as well, or in the tree next to her. And so meantime, he's listing all the finds, the Bigfoot's debris and the blood splatter from Russell, who's tramping by himself with a cameraman, and Maria's, or whatever her name is, going upwards with her evidence, and it seems to be meeting somewhere in the middle. So they're gradually tracking these things. It looks like they hit. It might be 2 different creatures heading towards a center point to meet up. And it shows it on the map here. What was that one? Bipedal creature that he's following. And she's been following the foots and thermal images that she's been capturing. And what do they find next? She finds another footprint, is it? Oh no, he finds another footprint. and he looks at his bag and finds he hasn't got the what do you call it, the paste to set in the ground. Rookie mistake, so he sets up a cover over it and a tripod stand over it, and come back later and try and cast it. Meantime, she's up in the tree, obviously on night vision camera. You can see it's overexposed here a bit, and they're just using IR illuminators, torches, so hopefully the Bigfoots don't see infrared, but I suspect maybe their eyes are a wee bit different to ours, and that's why they can see them even with the latest technology with UV and infrared. They can see a little bit better on both sides of the spectrum than us, I reckon. And of course she switches cameras to the thermal eventually, but she's having a look through the canopy, and I think there's meant to be a deer in this one moving along, but maybe I missed it. I think there was meant to be a deer there. It's a bit hard to see it in black and white, isn't it? Until it moves. The deers have got really good camouflage. And can we see it? I think it might have moved below the canopy here. I can't quite see it. Terrible quality though. And then she switches over to FLIR, or thermal, and starts panning around. And of course this is coming up to the next episode. We've got some credits popping up already. And she suddenly sees something right there. Just a blob of light so far. And then it comes out more at the canopy. Kind of looks weird, doesn't it? So if that's a Bigfoot on two legs, how's that even translating from a thermal image? Looks like an arm this way, doesn't it? Looks like it's looking downwards or upwards at her. Looks like a hand, arm, head. That's looking this way to me, but... And then the final image was that one. So how much did it move between there and then? There. Looks like the arms moved upwards, is it? Or the other arm's coming around. Because that looks like the arm there again, doesn't it? What's this here? It's hard to interpret it, isn't it? Maybe we'll get to see more next ones. So that's the best evidence I got so far. Blood spatter, 3 footprints, and 2 thermals. I think maybe Russell's thermal was more interesting. But yeah, we have to see what they eventually get sewn in. So I don't know if you guys out there believe Bigfoot being a real thing, but these guys are more likely the ones to solve it, I reckon. A lot better than that Finding Bigfoots show with Moneymaker. And also they captured this weird sound, which I'll play, which sounds like gorillas talking to each other from a distance. So I'll just play that. Unfortunately though, it was pretty rushed last night and I had a bit of echo. I could have done it better. But anyway, I'll get around the copyright nonsense anyway. I might have to turn it up.
Audio recording right here where he thinks it might have been 2 Bigfoot communicating with one another.
So that's the reply back. Hoo 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 hoo.
It sounded like a couple of grunts. Like it was weird.
Yeah, that's a quite good one. So one's definitely a higher pitch and the other one's a lower pitch, like a, what do you call it, call and reply sequence. But again, you could say there was humans out there in the bush with them. You never ever can be 100% sure if it's not being faked or anything by other TV crew. Now that's the same problem with their Skinwalker Ranch, right? So yeah, it's looking like a good series again. Season 5 now. Finding Bigfoot is garbage, but this show is pretty good. The Batman balloon, yeah. Expedition Bigfoot. I recommend it. It's a fairly good show. Especially those guys that are pretty much going silently through the forest, tracking stuff, you know. And they're using the high technology. They're using drones as well as special Wi-Fi mics or satellite mics that pick up sounds from various trees. They can just put it on and actually get a 3D map of where the sound originated from. So that's coming up in the next episode, I think. Evidence from that. I reckon they captured something, even though it was raining. The raining was affecting the quality. But I suppose with audio processing, like I did with that TV VHS tape, you can do stuff with AI to try and take out some of the hardness of doing it by yourself manually, and does a fairly good job. And it's getting better and better the more you train it to think how a human would get rid of various types of hiss in the same video. I found, if anything, the AI is too aggressive and it can chop out even music and just bring out the voices, but then it can cut out a wee bit too much of the sentences and you only get certain words because it gets too hissy or something. So yeah, it's not perfect, but Expedition Bigfoot smells like a Bigfoot, so this is what's coming up. The Gathering Storm. So I wonder if it's going to be any more episodes than 7. Because sometimes they get caught short due to fires in the bush. Maybe the big storm cuts them off. Maybe they're only listing 7 episodes so far. Let's see, Travel TV. Let's see what comes up on the movie database. I'll post the link to it. So you can go and check it out. You can find it online on cloud servers if you look. Let's see. Has it been updated here? Where does it say seasons? Still got a fairly high rating. I'm not sure why it's so low though. I think it's pretty good. Smells like a Bigfoot next episode. So they haven't even got them all up either. That's what a shame. I see they got rid of some people that they started with. This is a guy here, isn't it? That Skinwalker Ranch use. with the laid eye expert, which is not a really good laid eye expert. The other series, finding Expedition X, has been fairly good too. I probably need to review some more of the episodes there. Been capturing some interesting stuff as well on voice as well as thermal. There's always so much you can do though. Have we got a full list of the episodes? Naysayers. How do we get the... Let's see what people are saying about it. That one's given it 5 stars. Went back and rewatched season 1 from years ago. And the show team researchers. He's only giving it 3 there. Why, I don't know. I think the earlier episodes were earlier season weren't as good as the new ones. It's just got better as it's progressed. 2 stars. Why? Exactly. I guess I'll give the credit for getting away with it. 3 seasons. Many watch just because they believe Bigfoot is real. No, they got really good evidence, mate. So yeah, season 4 definitely was one of the better ones, and season 5 looking like it's also panning out to be good. If you thought Most Haunted, that was the TV show with that thing I was singing off. Most Haunted series that was around for a long time, and it tells people's ghost stories. It's way better than Ghost of Beaches. At least they're using the cutting edge technology, drones and stuff, and special mics. And cameras. If you like finding Bigfoot, you'll like the show 10 times more, I'd say. It's definitely entertaining, I'll give it that. It's well edited. On the other hand, it's a complete fraud. I caught so many 3rd grade tricks, hoaxes and cheesy acting. I think he's talking about finding Bigfoot, not this one. Keep the audience interested. Well, at least if you're going to say something like that, you better actually list all the frauds that they believe is in there. They looked for Bigfoot from a helicopter without binoculars. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's talking about. The best of the Bigfoot investigation shows by far, yep. Yeah, it's got real scientists on it. Truly Pathetic, here's another one. 10 months ago. Moneymaker and his co-host. Definitely not anything to do with Moneymaker. That guy's useless. I think you ever had enough time to empty Russell's backpack, you'll be able to build a life-size squatch. But he's emptied it on today's show, and to try and find the paste. And there wasn't much in his backpack, apart from everything he needed. Well, almost everything he needed. I enjoy the series, but I really get annoyed with Maria's need to be so scientifically empirical. I kind of find it refreshing, actually. Just means that she's keeping into the middle ground there rather than getting into the woo side of things. When that guy talks about the 4th dimensional beings and all that, she sort of rolls her eyes a wee bit. Nothing that can be duplicated sounds like a Mick West. This is the worst than finding Bigfoot years ago. No, it's not. I disagree with all these negative naysayers. I love the show, I just wish they would get rid of Dr. Maria. See, they don't like scientists. I understand her petition for clinical scientific approach, but she is so negative. But she catches some really good stuff on camera too, mate. I thought the show was going to be one of the that would at least prove the existence of the creature. However, the lady leading the search seems to be dead set on proving Bigfoot is a ape and not a human. And I don't know, I'm not seeing that. I love the subject matter because we really need to treat this with seriousness. Yep, I agree. The most authentic hunt for proof of the species, I reckon it is too. Not Bob, not Bobo, whatever his name was. I think the investigators are legit, and if at times over euphemistic, yeah, I'd say that would be the case. Some still are a bit like UFO people are pre-fixed on believing too much rather than following what they find. Yeah. So no one says it's the best genuine show so far. Here's another naysayer, Teresa. I've been watching this show all 3 seasons. Sometimes I wonder why my father taught me how to track. The first thing he taught me was not to go stomping through the woods with high-powered flashlights. They're not. They use IR flashlights, right? So you see it on camera, but you don't see it actually at all. And they also use red lights, which are very hard to see by animals, but humans can see it. But of course, I'd think Bigfoots can see both of those. That's my theory anyway, because they seem to keep them at a distance, always at the right distance all the time. But those thermal ones are the best ones I've caught so far of the Bigfoot. Still not good enough though, is it? Ronnie, he's not with him anymore, I don't think, is it? Is it Ron? Is that the one that's believes everything about Bigfoot? And so negative person is a Native American or Native Indian. So I know Sasquatch are real. My ancestors tell stories from one generation to the other. So why are you so negative? Doesn't make any sense. I'm addicted to the show even though I'm pretty sure they will never find Bigfoot. And I think the Bigfoot are a bit more clever. And I think Bigfoot got some sort of technology as well. Warns them when someone's out there, because I don't think they are part of our realm. They're from multiverse, of all the other strange things they've caught with the orbs in past seasons, and suddenly disappearing, or suddenly appearing after the orbs. So there's something there more going on. Yeah, LiDAR, as we found out, has a lot of anomalies in it. When he was going through the tunnel, and they got what looked like a Bigfoot hiding behind a rock, even though you could see on the original video there was nothing there. But it was quite interesting, though. So could that mean that they have some sort of cloaking technology or field that goes over the hair, which makes them less likely to be ancient old humans, as people keep claiming. So there's quite a lot of views. It's been around for a while. Another naysayer. Anyway, moving on. And the next one is UFO Witness. How are you doing for time anyway? This one might be a shorter show than normal. We're coming up to 3 hours already. May not be 4 or 5 hours this time. I have to get psyched up for the operation tomorrow. Yeah, UFO Witness. Somehow I missed the season 2, but I've caught up with it now. Season 2, I thought was probably okay overall. Not good, not great, just okay. Episode 1 being one of the worst ones I've ever seen. Maybe season 1 had a few good episodes there as well, but yeah, Ben Hansen has really shown himself up as a researcher, shows what lack of skills he's got with video and photo analysis. But at least he's trying though. I think he can learn. He needs to be following someone like me to get educated in it, really. But the thing is with Ben, he got hoodwinked by Travis Walton, as far as I can see. Really believes the story because of the lie detectors, but that's only because he's only got half the story of what actually took place and how it all formulated and how they used a road in and a road out, not the same road in, and how they could have staged it quite easily. But yeah, and how they got away with all the lie detectors. UFO Witness. Let's see if I can find it. So in 2021, the second season was 22. End of 22, somewhere around there. And I don't know if there's season 3 coming or not. So I got this one here. Melissa Little Tits, or Tittle. She's got tittles. Melissa is tittleless. I'm not sure who she is actually though. Let's have a look. Why they include her on the show? Probably for ratings, I'd say. So she's pretty nice. She's a nice lady. Known for American Ancient Aliens, Ancient Civilizations. I don't think I've seen many episodes of that. Code 12. Yeah, she's quite pretty, you know. A hard prettiness. She looked better then. She's aged a wee bit since then. What a name, Tittle. She's got little tits. Yeah. Anyway. Storyline. Former FBI agent who you'd expect to be a better researcher than he is, especially in UFOs. I think he's better on paranormal shows. He did capture the best apparition I've ever seen on any paranormal show though, and he seems more credible than most people. I don't think he'd be faking stuff, but he is a bit open-minded. Travels across USA following the steps of Project Blue Book in search of answers. There you go. It doesn't really say much. So go and check it out so you can find on cloud servers free copies to watch. I won't tell you how to do that, but it's out there. It's also on peer-to-peer still, which they're trying to ban. Or you can pay millions of dollars to iTunes, which is overpriced. These shows, as far as I'm concerned, if they want to be credible, should be free anyway. And if you want high quality ones, they're in the Keeper series. I suppose it would be fair enough to ask for money for it. But yeah, keeping SD copies on your hard drive shouldn't be a problem as far as I'm concerned, if you want to keep it credible. But yeah, everybody in Hollywood's after big money, especially Ben. They all want $1 million mansions. Everybody does. We could produce equally good free content online with our own evidence. Why can't they? Anyway, let's go through all the slides of episode 1. But before we do that, back to my Twitter page, Reddit page. I keep bringing up the Batman balloon because this episode 1, actually kicks into the Batman balloon, believe it or not, in 2022, and we know it's pretty much solved as a balloon, but not on that TV show, so I'll just be going over that. So I posted up this and the link to my episode breaking it down, and of course we get the regular naysayers that were attacking me. His argument that it's a heart-shaped balloon and not a Batman balloon is not remotely convincing. He's using the out of focus blur around the edges, which is not true, pretending it's solid to compare on a computer screen. Now, the out of focus blur is nothing to do with out of focus. It's compression artifacts, if anything. And the edges are actually the silver balloon reflecting a slightly different shade of blue of the sky. And you can just switch out the colors like I was doing, which also shows up some of the artifacts, but also shows the reflections. And I prove that it is a heart-shaped balloon if you ever watched my episodes right. Second, open up a Paint and messed. It's not actually. It's paint.net. Paint is Microsoft one, and messed with the filters. The whole video was lost. That's not true. The side edges are not going to reflect sky from that angle, which is also not true. It was sufficient deflated. If it was sufficiently deflated, which it wasn't deflated. Also, wrong information to mishappen, then it probably wouldn't be at that altitude. Instead of being lazy, he could have... Me lazy people, I'm a lazy person people. No. Simply went out to buy a heart-shaped balloon to recreate it. Okay, it's not just any heart-shaped balloon, it's a heart-shaped balloon that has very low profile off the top curve bends. It's one of 20 different, or one of 30 or 40 different type of heart balloons you can get. And you can't simply recreate it at home by releasing it from the ground and videoing it, can you? You got to be above where the balloon is and get the right angle and the brightness, the same brightness of the day, the same blue sky to be able to reflect off it, as you're going to get reflection of clouds out of it rather than the blue sky of it. And it's going to change it completely. Find a sunny day. Sunny day in New Zealand at the moment is very hard to find as well. Get a camera, mainly defocus it a bit. So this guy's talking about being a right knob. The blur is sky color reflecting off the unseen edge of the 3D balloon on a 2D image. It's not overexposed compression artifact or motion blur. As photo is higher quality than 1080 from video frame, I can repeat it with best image result will be the same. Also, the side image is clear, heart balloon. The pilot took 3 photos of it to me, and others, they are convinced by naysayers also, but naysayers also expected. What was I trying to say there? I have no plane or money to repeat it, blah blah blah. Get to know me first, I said. You don't need a plane, just a balloon, blah blah blah. iPhone. I don't even have an iPhone. I'll never buy an Apple product in my life because they're just garbage. Overexposed. Or actually, not garbage. They got some better design with the battery and some decent firmware with the camera. But they're overexposed. You have to pay everything through iTunes. There's nothing like you can do on Android that you can do on iPhone as well. This again, it's software. Always about software and making things free, real free things free, where they're normally demo apps on iPhone. On your false assumptions without even trying it or taking the time to understand photograph. So again, this is someone that doesn't know me. You don't listen, so leaving it there. Insults pointless on me. You need to prove altitude and get right light and angle looking down, else it's pointless. Blah 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 blah. The second object isn't remotely heart-shaped, as you can see. Well, if you click on his link, it goes to a dead end. It didn't even check to see what he was posting. In fact, if I click on it, it probably won't even come up. I'll just click on it, just take a chance. Opens up, comes up with that. Cross. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist, he's done it wrong. Let's be clear, the second image, as you say, is a different object. There are 3 separate objects on the flight in about a 30-minute time span, all different balloons. None of them are heart. Well, as we'll find out on the Ben Hansen show, that is not correct. I'm skeptical as the next person, but you don't even have basic facts straight about the event. It's cool that you're making videos for views, but don't believe for a second that means you aren't being lazy. Except I have proven it, and better at 3D image brain than you show us the Batman logo then. Show us the Batman logo. Words mean search. Why is a 3D heart a rough draw and has 2 ribbons with weights on it? And I got it going to a short here, remember? Because these people are lazy, they don't watch the live streams fully. So I rotated it around from the side view and tried to draw where I saw what I thought was the shape of the heart balloon. Alright, there's the scene going down that way. And it looks like there might be something attached to it. Could it be? But anyway, won't go over it again. No, you draw some lines over a photo of an entirely different object. And that's not. Let me just see, what's he got here? Again, goes to nowhere. That's hilarious. I don't know if I posted a link to the image at all. It's hard with mouse and zoom in. I'm not perfect. I have cataract left eye. Believe me, it's a heart balloon on the side. You can see the silver second photo, and it's 18 or 36 inch. How a Batman changed for the second photo? My logic is more sound than yours. Regardless, it was all balloons and one out of focus, not aliens. So I'm done here. Batman, heart, whatever. I got sick of arguing with this guy. How a Batman balloon changed for a second photo. It's not a second photo of the same object. It never was, which is wrong, which we're going to find out. And of course he goes on to these things here that talk about the times that each of the objects were taken. The second photo was like a 12-hour gap, but it doesn't mean it wasn't the same object, you know. The plane might have done a circle, or it might have been another plane that come behind it and saw the same object 12 hours later. So yeah, he's just saying based on exit if data and all that sort of stuff. And then I got some more. I wonder if he finished replying to me. By the way, the pilot on UFO Witness Season 2 Episode 1 said it was the same object too. But he see UFO, not heart balloons, or Batman for that. So we just go over that now. And there was 2 photographs. 3 photographs taken. Not sure if it's on this episode. No, excuse me. So this is the Batman one, and you only see that in the image. And when you run it through filters, you see all this here. We can see it's got a smooth edge, which is very similar to the second photograph. And you can see also the edge of the balloon going this way. But this is all another color of the sky blue. You don't see it in the original image. So there's the original image here. You can see it doesn't look as deep as what we got here. It's like we've got double the depth that we can see here. So there's actually another shade of blue behind this and over top here, which you don't see very well. Because you can see it's tipped forward a bit at the base here, so it's on a slope going this way. So that means you're not going to see this low heart-shaped balloon tilted upwards slightly, right? You're going to see the shadow going across here to there, down to there. And you can see it matches more of that shape there when you look at it through the filters. Whether it's Batman or a heart-shaped balloon, it's a bit hard to tell, but until you see the second one, which you can clearly see, there's a heart shape on the side, and you can see these heart-shaped balloons are quite thick, just like that there, but there's more depth to this one. So you got the depth going off here, but you also got the depth going behind. And so it looks like you got a depth going here and then another depth going back the other way. And they look different on the side, and you can see they got little other balloons or balloon weights on ribbons banging around on it as well, which means it's probably from a wedding party. Right. I think that's concluded. And there was 3 photos here. There we go. So these are the 3 photographs in question. So you can see here how it bends around, goes in. It looks like definitely a heart shape with a slight lean towards us on the side, and this one's definitely out of focus. That's where the sunlight hitting it, and he hasn't got it in focus, and you get the different ring pattern of light that you get from interference through the lens system. And there's what they're calling the Batman one, which makes sense. If it's meant to be all the same object, then if that's a heart-shaped balloon, then that has to be a heart-shaped balloon. And we're just getting pareidolia of a Batman balloon. The thing with the Batman one, though, if you have a look at the original Batman, it's got more of a V shape coming down and more of a peak going up. I don't know if I've got pictures of the Batman one here. That's just me doing analysis on it still. Then I rotate it around in the editor. But yeah, I may have got it wrong here. That might be the other balloon that's on the ribbon, and I should have gone around there and there. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think I included that when I should have really gone there and there. And yeah, it's a slight mistake now. I'll look at it. But yeah, it is a life debunk after all, wasn't it? And we do correct things as we go. But yeah, there was a picture somewhere here of all the Batman balloons. But we're only going to look it up, can't we? So it's even possible to search it again. Images. Here we go. Where's Batman balloons? And there it is there. You can see here, see how constant it is with these peaks. Now this one was drooping off this way. Doesn't look like how this would be able to droop off, because it looks like it's pretty well under compression there. And you compare it to the original image, it doesn't really match as well as the heart shape would. Oh, there we go. And we don't see the logo in the middle here. And we don't see all the black edges like this. Nice black edges on both sides. Have I still got it open? Let's have a look at it again. Can we see? That was on the other side that we didn't. Google always wants to sabotage what you do. I don't really wanted it before. I suppose there is a wee bit of a black there, but it's not as black as in the pictures. See that there? And you can see how it droops off here. And in that picture it looks more like it's up, more solid, and it would be under pressure. But yeah, to me that looks like a reflection of silver rather than an image of Batman there. And the crinkle edges are making these dark bits rather than it being a Batman wing. And that looks like it's sharp edges like a Batman balloon, but it could also be because of where the join is, where it's crinkled, and we're just not seeing all the sky reflected off the bit that's bending over the back here. Batman or heart-shaped balloon at that stage is possible, but That third and second photograph definitely looks like out of focus, so the third one's no good to us, but the second one's definitely a silver heart-shaped balloon. And they were saying that was a blimp or something. A blimp with little wings hanging down, where those were actually other balloons, weights on ribbons. But anyway, we'll just go over the episode now, and we'll be looking at it again. I think it was on some of his links down here about the timelines as well, but we'll get to see. Yeah. So apparently this guy comes from Metabunk. I'm not surprised. There's a Takumi here. But we had to agree that it is a balloon. Why is it not coming down? Whether it's the same balloon, it's possibly, it could not be, but according to this other guy and other pilot on this show, he said it's all the same. It's just not enough high definition there to say either way, but you should always count other possibilities, right? Because our brains likes to see Batman balloon because it fits nicely in with pareidolia, you know, image matching. But also, if you look at the filtered image, then it looks less likely like a Batman balloon. And we're seeing other shades of blue that we can't see with our eyes as it is, or in the photographs as it is. And the angle of it changes the perspective as well. And the reason is because of the other image. If the other image is a silver balloon, it's not going to change from a Batman balloon into a heart-shaped balloon. But yeah, it's me against the rest of the people out there, I guess. But at least I'm more, proves to me that I'm more centralized in my thinking and follow the various bits of evidence I get, rather than everyone sees one thing and they all jump on the bandwagon and they all go to that one side, instead of making a list of other possibilities and just adjusting the list with more information as it comes in. So, the first episode is called Shapeshifter UFOs, which goes right in with balloons, doesn't it? But anyway, we'll just bring up the episode and break it down. And I think it really shows up. I've got some clips as well, video clips, which I'll try and play. 3 of them at the front here, as we go through it. So it starts off with him driving his car, talking to the co-host, which is that Melissa girl. And Miss Little Tits. Miss Melissa Tittle. She hasn't got much meat on the arms. He's got a wee bit more. And this girl here, I don't know if you've ever noticed her when you first go into the UFO industry back in 2016 or 15. This woman, what's her name? We notice a rise in password stealers. Some scam advert from bloody Avast popping up here. Close. Looks like it's doing a scan in the background, even though I tell it not to do scans, it still does scans. I hate virus scanners. They never do as they're told anymore. In the early days, it wasn't the really basic, and they ran like a TSR, as they called them, and kept a good eye on your system, and then it just got slower and slower and bigger and clumsier, and just a money grab. What was her name again? Joyce or something? Anyway, you might recognise her from that Bingham balloon summoners, and there was another guy she was hanging out with, a Mexican guy, and they were creating groups of people in a park, all their cameras up in the sky, and they're filming all these obviously balloons, Mylar balloons, or bunches of them that were shape-shifting, right? So I thought, oh no, this has gone downhill. Very first case they bring up turns out to be this shell lady, black lady. And then notice they've got the Batman balloon one here. Fire. What's that meant to mean? Fish and moon, maybe stars and the moon. Kind of weird, isn't it? The symbols I got for it. Yasmin Joyner. Joya. And since I saw, I thought, oh yeah, I remember this group of people that hang out and film the skies. She reckons she's had a contactee, and now she's got this other camera filming stuff in the sky. And they go to her house. Quality's not so good, is it? It's good enough. So this is what she films, claiming it is a shape-shifting UFO. 2015. I told you it was 2015, didn't I? And what's it look like to you? It looks like a sunny, bright day in California there. Of something that looks like it's got 2 ribbon cables. And looks like a Mylar balloon on the side. Possibly a star balloon or something like that. Silver star balloon. I've got various frames here from the video. You can see it. Obviously, if it's got ribbon cables and it's going to be rotating with the gentle air current. It looks like a shapeshift. It even looks like a hand, doesn't it? It looks like a fingers and a thumb there. It's a hand of God. And you can see it's definitely rotating. It could be more than one balloon, of course, but again, it looks like it's got peaks going up here. I think that's an echo because she's moving the camera a wee bit there, but it looks to me like it might be like a 5-pointed or 6-pointed star balloon with maybe a couple other small balloons connected to it with some ribbon cable coming off it. And of course, Ben Hansen's looking at this, and you'd expect him to know what he's looking at here. There's a rotating star balloon with maybe a couple of smaller balloons and ribbons. And there you can see the ribbons separating. And again, it looks like a star balloon there, doesn't it? And maybe a balloon there. Another balloon the other side down. It definitely looks like a Mylar star balloon, even though it's distorted by overexposure. And then it heads behind a tree, I think it is, a tree limb, and it dims out. Be interested, and then she says, oh, this is what she saw with her eyes and the thing, and that's the shapes it took. It looked nothing like any of those, right? It's total bullshit. And these two are sucking it up. Look at them. He's not even questioning us, saying, oh, you don't think it's a star balloon? with some ribbons hanging off it. And they all sort of believe in it. And now they're going back to California Beach there. And they got this guy. Oh. This pilot. I'm not sure if he was part of the Nimitz crew or not. But he's got his own flash office here for studying UFOs now. He studies UFOs and videos and photographs, and he's no good at it. This pilot, he was a Marine captain, Steve Mirlow. And they're looking at his screen here of the Batman balloon. There it is there. And it looks more crappy on the TV show, or the copy I've got that I was watching. And he's got this mouse cursor there. And it's got a better image closer up. But it's very similar to what we're seeing. Again, it looks different there in the middle to what we're seeing on those other images. Again, it could be just sun. You can see how the sun is reflecting off it. You ain't got the sharp edges. So this one looks different, doesn't it? Looks different to the other images we're seeing. Doesn't have the sharp edges, and we can see there's more of the sky balloon, the blue sky that I was talking about, reflecting off it. A different shade of blue, and up here too. And that could be just the shade, the blackness, because of the crinkling on the silver fall. But yeah, still doesn't look very much like 100% a Batman balloon still, does it? So we'd expect the Superman here to be here in the middle, punching up with the edges all being nicely black. And it's not really nicely black there, is it? And there. So it depends how people enhance the images. And now we got this rendering image, which confuses things even more. Oh, this is a craft it was, you know, it's nothing like that. Nothing like that. It wasn't symmetrical like that, it was lowered, this was lowered down, that was pointed upwards. And then he shows this other one, which is the heart-shaped balloon on the side again. There it is there, going around. These little bits either side. Again, it's not as good quality as the image that we were looking at before. And then he draws around it wrongly, saying this is some sort of craft, a blimp with two little wings. You can see how people can misinterpret things, right? But yeah, instead of seeing that as a scene of a heart-shaped balloon going around there, and that's one side and that's the other side behind, with the very low heart-shaped bits at the top, low profile, going around. And there's another image of it without the drawing around it from his versions that he's got. And you can see it definitely looks like a heart shape there going in here. It's illuminated from a wee bit of the sun going that way. And again, you can see there's the blackness happening, which is where they're saying the black man wings are. And on this, he actually talks about the Batman being the same balloon. So I'll just play that, and it's on slow motion. It makes him sound drunk.
The shape-shifting UFO.
This is off the coast of Virginia. Over 6 months, pilots were seeing these things on a daily basis. So here is...
I'd be really surprised if this picks up as copyright.
one leaked photo. It's kind of a strange
one leak photo strange.
photo in that. Look at
Notice that they don't mention balloons whatsoever.
this thing. Here's the UFO, the object.
The UFO, the object.
And by the way, the Pentagon looked at these and said, we don't know what these are, but they're real. These they confirm that these are real UFOs.
Did they confirm it to be balloons? I can't remember now. Arrow, did they say that it was solved as balloons?
So now look, you're an F-18 pilot. You're cruising around at 300 knots and you see this thing. Now look at it. It's a little bit asymmetric. It's got these two little ear things on it. You can't tell it's metallic from the photo.
You can see it doesn't really look like a Batman balloon because the ears are not pointy enough. And if it's deflated, it wouldn't be up to the altitude of 26,000 feet, whatever it was.
I looked that to the eye, but I don't know. Here's the next one. Same object.
So you said the same object, alright? And this is the heart-shaped balloon on the side.
It almost looks completely different. It's like
So he hasn't even said, oh, but mate, it's balloons. So it's obvious it's balloons. Not once has this guy, Ben Hansen, is meant to be an FBI agent, questioned what these guys are saying on the show. And he says, oh, but they don't look the same. But you notice he said they were the same object. I'll just go back in case you missed it. Why is it not going back?
But I don't know. Here's the next one. Same object. It almost looks completely different. It's like metallic. I mean, it looks highly reflective. Yep. And then it's got these two little ear things here, so that might be the things we saw in the other photo. Okay, now here's the third photo. Same object, but now
third photo, same object. So yeah, that guy on Reddit, how do you explain this? That this guy's completely wrong? Yeah, you can see that it's still, even though the light's bouncing off it, it's still got that heart shape happening to it. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect orb. It's definitely got a shape of out of focus heart balloon with low heart shape. What do you call it? The top bits.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Now they go on to try and compare that to where we get to on the images to Yasmin's one, which is again heart shape, star shape with ribbons and other balloons attached, little balloons attached to it. It's not the same. Then he tries to map her location next to California coast and the park. and talks about the US Space Force are not far away from where they are. And the shape-shifting heart-shaped balloons, or Batman balloon, or whatever you want to call it, on the other side of the country in a straight line. And then it moves on to Terry Lovelace, which we've played his story where they went camping and saw this bright light approaching them. And it was a TR3B. Sort of like a wedge shape in the sky, and they got burns and stuff like that, and they didn't take any photographs of it. Anyway, he's also a Navy person, and this is another photograph from another pilot of some other shapeshifter, which I believe is, again, looks like two balloons joined together. A balloon there and a balloon there. But these ones look like they might be latexed rather than mylar. And Lovelace captures something similar in the sky. You can see he's got it shown to him on the mobile phone here. Looks very similar, like a balloon connected to another balloon. And of course, they go back in time with his picture as whatever he is there, I don't know. And it's got an overlaid map, by the looks of it. So he talks about a story where he was the MD. So he must have been an MD in the was it US Air? Lovelace. Was he an MD then? I don't know. Anyway, he talks about a story in 1976 where they're in an ambulance together and they come across a roadblock with military men saying you can't go any further. Now, whether they're called to that scene to take away bodies, I don't know, or trying to get to some other place, they weren't going to get through on that road. So they were told to stay in the car, not get out, or reverse, or go away. And they decided to stay there and sneak out the side. And they're looking through a fence and see them with radiation detectors. So what's that say there? Medic. And they're looking up in the sky and see, hey, the Batman balloon. But unfortunately, when he draws it, it's nothing like the Batman balloon. So I think the TV show editors had a field day of putting a large Batman balloon in there, and it's meant to have little helicopters flying above it and stuff. I think we can see it in this one. These are meant to be orbs or helicopters, I don't know. But yeah, it wasn't a Batman balloon he saw. He eventually draws it, as you can see here. And we've seen this through Ill as well. But he was looking from underneath here. But we've also seen a side view where they saw the creatures in the windows going along the edges. So it looks more like a TR3B. Not really a TR3B though, it's more like a diamond, or two TR3Bs joined together. In fact, it makes you wonder, because the way he's got the lights drawn here, 3 and 3, makes you wonder if the TR3Bs joined together and form one craft. So maybe two halves of a mothership, or maybe one side gets damaged in space, they can all go into the other one and use it like a escape and break off. It's quite interesting. I haven't seen it that way before. But you can see it's nothing like they put in the video drama. And then they start comparing his view of this craft with the 3 lights underneath on each segment to the heart-shaped balloon. But haven't they rotated it around here? They've rotated it, they've done something with it here. It's not the same viewpoint. I'm just trying to figure it out. It's all blurry. It looks like it's been rotated or flipped or something. Something's not right here. I'm just trying to see which way it was meant to be going. How's that even remotely look like this? It's just garbage. The show's garbage. You know, it loses credibility when they do shit like this on these shows. So he's saying it gradually starts heading upwards. The TR3, and then it forms into a regular circular craft. Transforms into a regular circular craft. Now we've heard stories of maybe bright light or portals opening up, and the TR3 disappears into it. But that he's saying it turns into this circular UFO classic disc saucer. So maybe he's just misinterpreted it, maybe. Or could have been a bigger craft that sort of absorbed the two TR3Bs joined together into the bottom of it. So I don't know. But anyway, it eventually shoots off in the emanation. And then years later they go camping and he says that after they saw it that night, he has a connection with it and keeps following the UFO follows him to his home and also camping. And they get the bright light, and then next thing they wake up with all these radiation burns on trolleys. So I'm not sure how it got from the campsite to trolleys, whether it was a cop that discovered them because they're looking for them because they were late. I don't know. They didn't say on the show. Oh. And then the Men in Black, or what he classes as a like a military man with a badge that's part of the police or whatever, to tell him to keep quiet about it. We know what you saw, but NDA and all that sort of stuff, I'm not allowed to talk about it. So he didn't talk about it for a long time until 2012, when he started having experiences at his house since the campsite meeting. But he said it was the same craft that he saw when he was a medic, and then went into the Air Force. And then the mate went camping and saw the same craft, and now stuff started happening into his house. So he woke up one night with his nose dripping of blood. So this story, I think, is genuine, and the whole thing so far. Forget about all the Batman bullshit and shapeshifting UFOs. But his story of it shapeshifting has nothing to do with balloons, obviously. His is something else, completely different. And so he says he's got an implant, and he shows the X-ray. Now, I haven't seen an implant like this before, but it's pretty interesting. Have we got a close up? It kind of looks like a silicon chip, doesn't it? It looks like a radio transmitter with the 2 antennas, which would act as maybe nerve energy also to power it. Very interesting. What happened there? It hasn't been scrolled. Have I missed anybody messages there? Don't think so. Got to keep an eye on that scrolling business. Yeah, it kind of looks like a nano size radio transmitter, but it almost looks like our technology, not alien technology. So next thing he does is he gets out a meter, EMF meter, and also magnets to see if he can attract it. And of course they have this guy featured on each of the episodes. Daryl Sims is a right nut job, but he has got a collection of implants and images of where the implants were, which is very interesting. So he's got some really good evidence. But he's a wee bit of a nut job. He reckons you should keep a shotgun under your bed to shoot aliens when they try to come and abduct you. I don't think that's a really good policy, that. They call him an alien expert here. Oh shit, we've done that again. And here's some of the pictures, but they do show up more of his pictures later on in the series when they talk about more cases. So hopefully I'll be able to break those ones down and bring it to you as well from the show. But that does look very nasty looking. But if you're going to do an alien implant, it wouldn't be that obvious, would it? It wouldn't be that close to the skin. Almost looks like something got under the skin, like a piece of metal by mistake, and it got infected, doesn't it? Anyway, next one. I've done it again. Next one is meant to be up in the skull, I think. Some circular disc donut thing. And it's got no wires like the other one, like the silicon chip one. Maybe they've improved their technology by then. Again, how would you get something like that in your head by accident? I suppose it's possible, right? Could smash it on something and it just forms the scar tissue around a bit of glass or something like that in the body. So yeah, but yeah, Ben at least does some experiments with EMF meter, and he finds it's all high in the whole room. They turn off all their wireless mics and things, unlike Skinwalker Ranch, just to make sure there's no interference. But of course they got cameras going too, so it's not a good experiment. They should have asked everybody to leave the room and see if they had the same results. I'm not sure. You'd have to have someone in there to verify that it didn't change. And you say it's unusual, but the EMF is all the same reading all through the property. You can see it's pretty high. When I did my experiments with my EMF of even the computer and fans going, it would only peak that high when I was turning the switch on the fan in the bedroom. Remember, it was peaking up to here, but normally it was down here low, even near the computer screen. So that's incredibly high. So whether it's not transmitting in his body already, so he's going all over him. Then he gets some rare earth magnets to see if he can detect it. And he finds that one particular spot that seems to create, you know, how you move magnet over magnet. It sort of has this little feeling of force. So it has this little bump feeling as you move it past it. You have to get magnets and play around with it to know what I mean. But yeah, if you got something that's pinned down and you move your hand in front of it with the other hand, you feel the force between the two hands. And he gets the girl to check it, and she says, yeah, it's definitely something there. And he said he can feel it moving in his leg. So on to the next case. So they leave that one behind, and they go to the next one, which is meant to be how this fits in with shapeshifting. They reckon these two lights are actually part of a bigger craft. So we go over that. I was talking about that earlier on, talking about the X-planes. And I've actually got the video of this. So there's a couple of fighter jets that come along. Or fighter jets. With double fins. What's that? F14 or something? F16. And it's following these other two lights. And Mojave Desert, isn't that near White Sands? I think it is, isn't it? Air Force Base. It's likely they're going to be experimenting with their own X-planes there. Anyway, I got a video of this bit. UFO jets. Just bring that one up. It's not so slowed down this time, so I have to be a bit careful. So she's saying it was, she could see her eyes, the shape, which is where they're relating it back to the Batman balloon. So yeah, could it be a Batman balloon? It's possible. It could be closer to the camera, and it could have some LEDs in it, and it could have been staged for their Contact in the Desert type meeting.
U-shaped object seen by the F-18 pilot, which begs the question, what other forms might it take?
And it's completely silent and flying like ballet, like this, really smooth. And then as soon as it pops
okay, this one's actually sped up, bollocks. So we look at what her name is. She's a bit of a chunky lass. Let's see. Let's go back to the images. Graham Slater is the guy that videoed it with her. Whoever that is. Melinda Leslie. I think you've heard of that name before. Shapeshifting Unknown. California. They're meeting out. It's a fairly big chunky lass now. And they got a campfire going just like Dr. Greer Nonsense 2017. And set up a tarp and tents, I guess. They sleep there. And they see a red light, which is not what we see in the video. We see a white light coming closer to them, and then they see the two white dots like this. And that's where the video kicks in here.
An F-18. You actually see, the shape of it up in the air. It was flying right over the hill. And then as soon as I saw it, I grabbed my camera and just started filming right away.
It just kind of floats along. No one saw any wings.
No.
Strobing, no flashing, no other colors, just kind of like a steady red.
Yeah.
Okay, so it kind of reminds me when they're showing that, like it was like one of those X-planes, on the side.
Graham's video confirms Melinda's account. Look at that. This.
Remember the one with the two engines at the back of it? And the D shape is what was seen also by Kenneth Arnold, remember? With the flying saucers, the very first so-called saucer, where the saucer name come from. Skimmed along the water, like skipping stones. Which looked like the German technology being reinvented in America, with the single wing flying machines. The D shape and the V shape craft. To me, this looks like it's pretty much the same thing that's going on, rather than aliens. But yeah, it's quite interesting still, though.
This object was not moving like any conventional craft.
Looks like it's keeping pace with the jet, which kind of makes it less likely to be a balloon, right? But it could be one of these lighter than air blimps, which also shaped like a D shape, right? And we've got some, I'm not going to find images of it, lighter than air. If you type lighter than air craft 950s, you might be able to find it. I thought there was images, but it must be the first one this time. Let's see, can we find lighter than there? Look at this crazy thing. Vertical takeoff. Probably have to type in blimp. Yeah, it's bringing up planes. Bloody spelled it wrong, have I? Let's join the two words together. Probably can't find the image I want again. So this one's got the two engines on the back, right? And there's one with on the front as well. Let's try airship rather than air. We'll get rid of craft. Just do lighter than there, 1950s maybe. Got balloons and blimps now, and airships. There's a difference between a blimp and an airship. A blimp doesn't have any wire frame inside, and an airship you can see has framing inside. So it used to be the Goodyear blimp, but they're actually the Goodyear airships now. Yeah, it's not gonna give it to us. I think you have to type in stealth blimp or something. You can see that kind of looks like a D shape as well. Looks like what she might have seen, you know. But I don't think so. But oh, here we go. So this is from a old 1950s lighted in the airship design. Looks very similar to what she was describing with the engines at the back. Well, this one's actually got 5 or whatever it is, and they're props running jet engines, but they may have progressed on since that design there, right? And if you look at Kitafan's drawing of the flying wings, one design was this crescent shaped one, but the other one, the main one leading the other ones, were a D-shaped craft, and it's drawn here, which is very similar again to the Batman balloon, right? And that's what I think that they were recording in that video, was what he saw there, and a guy called Rode. I can't remember how you spell his name though. Road. UFO. I wonder if it'll correct it for me. No. Road. H. Road. UFO, is it? I think I need his other name. Oh, here we go. He took these two pictures. What was his name? You can see here it's a D-shaped thing with the two peaks again. Looks very much like that. And you got two images off, one on the side, one where it's sort of banking. And he saw it 2 weeks after Arnold's sighting. I think it's the same craft as what Arnold saw. But this time he only got that D-shaped one, he didn't get the crescent-shaped one. And I think that's what crashed in the desert. Or accidentally hit the mogul balloon experiment by pure chance of the storm, and they both come down, and that created the two crash sites. And they may have had some monkeys strapped inside that the remote controlling it, and they got burnt up. They looked like little children. So it could easily be man-made rather than aliens again. So yeah. Unless it's properly declassified, we won't know. Right.
This isn't the first time Ben has collected evidence of our military engaging with a UFO. In 2004.
And then he goes back to the Nimitz nonsense. Right, Kevin Day. There wasn't much on Kevin Day. He just goes and talks to him, but yeah, there wasn't much there. Talking about the videos that we already know about. But yeah, is that closing down? Yeah, it's just very slow. So again, if you look at the Arnold sighting and the Rhodes sighting, a photograph that he got, apparently he had two men show up in black suits, asked for the original photographs, that they'd return them. He never got them returned back to him. They simply disappeared. Duh. And he was a scientist and all that as well, apparently, Rhodes. But that looks like her drawing's going backwards, I think. But if you rotate it around, it would match up with the Rhodes drawing. With the two engines and the corner peak bits. It could be a Nazi vehicle from Paperclip. Then they're going to see this other Air Force guy. Oh look, we got an orb. And you can see it's aperture. It's a lens flare. And she's got one on the back there too, is it? Or is it a Logan? Yeah, no one. Lens flare. Look, double lens flare. So we've got a lens flare coming from a light source this direction here. But anyway, there must be the sun up there. So they're seeing this guy. What was his name? And he starts showing them pictures of the stupid Batman balloon. And he's saying, is this what you may have seen? Matthew Roberts gimbal. Is that the one that's talking on those videos? I don't think so. Southeast USA. I think he was someone that was walking around and he was showing the video of the gimbal footage on the ship. And he started having nightmares and dreams about the gimbal craft, which I have my doubts on this one, this guy's story. So they asked him, is this what you've been seeing, and is it similar? Do you believe that they see this? And he shrugs his shoulders. Look, tried to get it as he's he's shrugging. He's like, oh yes, and he's shrugging his shoulders, which the body language is counteracting what he was saying, right? And then he starts talking about the aliens visiting him, and I got a little clip here, and it's not very believable. His story is total bullshit, I'm telling you. Let's have a look at the body language on it. And this is what David Fravor was saying. All these other Navy guys now suddenly coming out of the woodwork admitting that they saw the UFO. He said it's highly suspect. And I think this one proves it here. And he talks about he comes home after seeing the video. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, as you can see. Suddenly, his bedroom fills up with light and aliens.
I was lying in bed, asleep.
Of course, he wouldn't have seen all those lights and the door opening and the shadow creature or whatever.
And I felt something grab my arm.
So they got some sort of lizard hand there.
And it woke me up,
Something grabbed his arm and woke him up. A minute later, and he's trying to focus his eyes and he sees a shadow creature.
But I could see that there was this, like, shadow figure of a torso, 2 arms, and a head.
Not a really good emanation, is it?
Standing over me.
Now that's very common to a lot of people's experiences, even my own, right?
And as I'm watching it,
but if you watch this guy's body language as he's telling the story, he's looking to the right and he's looking down and he's got this little smirk on his face, like he knows he's lying. He's not believable whatsoever.
so all of a sudden my room behind this shadow person just starts lighting up and like this golden light.
Oh yeah, so that doesn't match anybody else's story of alien visitation. It's never ever a golden light. It's normally a bright white light or it's a blue light. So that's part of the story, doesn't sort of match up with anybody else's, from what I've heard anyway. But just look at this guy's body language. He's always looking down to the right, never up into a memory recall.
You know, what is going on? And then I passed out. And then I opened my eyes and I can see that there's this female. Her skin is blue.
Blue elephant skin. That kind of sounds like Corey Good's blue chickens so far.
Then I can feel that her skin is much thicker.
Now, why would you put your hand up to feel a blue chicken? It's not something you'd normally do. You'd be punching it and fighting it off, wouldn't you? Hello, female. You look like a blue elephant. Yeah, but let's just have some sex. Just look at the face on him. He's not really convincing.
More human skin. And would be. And smoother than human skin. I knew.
Look at the face. Smiling. Looking straight at him. Not doing any memory recall. He's telling a story.
What? I knew she wasn't human.
He knew instantly she wasn't human. Wouldn't the blue skin maybe give it off?
Sorry.
Look at the smile, look. He's trying to imagine emotions here, look. He's looking down to the right again, which means you're making up some fake emotional stuff.
Just thinking about it.
See, Ben Hansen, look at the spit. Look at the spit. You can see he's acting. Look. There's no way this guy's being honest about this story whatsoever. And Ben Hansen should have picked that up, right? There should have been a clip after they left the place saying, did you believe that story? His body language didn't match up, you know?
Sorry, just thinking about it.
Yeah, he looks like he's critical there.
It was terrifying, right? Because suddenly I knew Ooh, okay, this isn't just in my head anymore.
Are you scared?
Yes, I was terrified. And then I woke up in my bed the next morning.
She's believing it. What happened there? I was trying to end it. But yeah, I go back again. He's definitely lying. It's one of the worst body language things I've seen.
Suddenly I knew.
Suddenly he knew.
This isn't just in my head anymore.
Knew it wasn't human.
Yes, I was terrified. And then I woke
It
up
doesn't
in my
look
bed the
telephone.
next
I'm telling the story there. Just garbage.
Human skin would be, and smoother than human skin. I knew what it was.
Well, look at the smell. I knew it wasn't human.
I knew it was human.
He's a liar.
Sorry, just thinking.
Oh, fake emotions. Oh, that's like watching Coronation Street with the bad acting. Hilarious, man. See, Ben Hansen being an FBI specialist on that sort of stuff, he should have known that was telling lies. It should have been brought up. Anyway, moving on. This is the first episode. You can see there's quite a bit in it that they go through anyway. What was the next one? Yeah, Arlington VA is where he was, 2015. And there's other bits of images there I didn't capture in it. Yeah, there was lots wrong with that story. And of course they're saying he was told they're called the blue civilians or whatever it is. Syrians, is it? Syrians, blue Syrians. All these different aliens coming to visit us. Well, I haven't seen any blue ones. I've only heard of fake blue critters. But you could say the alien grey skin could be slightly blue-grey. And then it goes back to the beginning again. Okay, so that was the end of that episode there. So I thought it was probably the worst episode I've ever seen, apart from the alien implant bit. So they could have cut out most of that crap about the gimbal and the Navy pilot's stupid heart balloon, Batman balloon, and that stupid woman at the beginning that films balloons in the sky in California. And this fake guy, obviously trying to make money out of it. But anyway, but I'll bring you. It does get better. They do their own investigations. It does get better from episode 3 on. Episode 3 and episode 5, I think, were the best ones, and they caught some really strange stuff happening. When they go out to a cattle mutilation place, pick up radiation and also weird EMF signals, and then they film something in thermal camera. So I'd have to bring that to you next time once I get some more time to do it. So maybe the next live, we'll see how we go. But yeah, that's a good intro to the new season of UFO Witness anyway. And we're pretty much done for the day, I think. Have we got anybody watching still? Oh, we got up to 21. Where did that all suddenly pop up? Doubled in size. So who's out there? Have I missed anyone in the side comments? Want to chip in there on anything I said or add to it? Have you seen the series yourself? What do you think of it? Still here chilling. Deborah Ports Cubit Map UK. Okay, I might have a look at that. Maybe I'll just have a click on it, do I? Copy test. No. Text to speech. Let's just give that a try.
Jasper says, Deborah Hatswell's cryptid map UK link.
It's got the old Google voice.
Jasper says, Deborah Hatswell's cryptid map UK link.
I'm just getting used to this chat thing. It doesn't come up for some reason, Jasper. What have we got wrong? Wasn't found. Looks like it's not doing it right. Oh dear. He said he fixed that, but it looks like the problem is back again. Copy text. I might have to take it from YouTube. I'll do that in a minute. Right. I'll take it from YouTube one. Yeah, we tested that and it was fixed once. Yeah, looks like it's back to that business again. And I have to tell him. Jasper, let's see. Why can't I see you on the other panel? Let me just zoom in. What did you say here? Never watched it, but felt familiar. Close encounters. Whereabouts is it? Oh, here. No, that's me. Why can't I see it on the side? Me. Where's your one? I can't see it on YouTube for some reason. Oh, here we go. Copy, clean link. Let's see if it works now. Are you sure you want to leave? Okay, it's not working. Okay, I have to let them know. Well, I remember. Just send the developer URL like this to don't open again. Has 3 dots on end instead. Yeah, it's quite a long link you've seen us. Really like maximum length of characters you got there. You don't see it here, but yeah, maybe you're still blowing the maximum. It goes on forever. Look at all the crap on the end. No wonder it didn't work. Anyway, what are we looking at here? Alright. All the cryptics. Might just have a look at that next time. I need to dash off to the toilet again because these pills are kicked in and they cause you to pee a lot. And I haven't got time to go through that now, but we'll keep that one handy on Edge. And we'll have a look at it next time. Any other good stuff you got out there? Post it on Telegram, Twitter, or Discord group, and we'll have a look at it along all the other stuff we're looking at and join together for you. That might not even come up. It's having trouble. Doesn't seem to like Brave. They've probably crippled it for Brave, have they? What's that say there? It's coming up with something. Finally. Wow, that took a long time. Anyway, I'm going to have to dash off to the toilet and pee myself. How's the alien? Is he keeping in time? Now we've slowed down the computer again. Anyway, we'll say goodbye there. I'll say goodnight here. And I'll run down some credits on it. Oh. Good night all. We did get there in the end. Wasn't sure how well it's going to go. Take care on the roads, and hopefully I can be with you again next weekend, see how the eye goes. And yeah, we'll just run down some credits now. Still live. What's the session? I'll give them the session ID before I close though. It won't let me copy it. Session. Anyway, I'll wind it down and I'll do that in the background. There's always stuff to do. Okay, I have to come back to him. I've got to end this stuff. I gotta go to the toilet.